I was 19 and strapped for cash, so I temporarily took a second job working as a waitress at a diner. It was open till 3 a.m. on weeknights and 24 hours on the weekends. On the weekends, it was always a bunch of drunk kids that night that would come after they left the bars. During the week, most people that came late at night were people working overnight shifts or just getting off from work. I would do the overnight shifts twice a week. Anything more than that, I probably would have passed out from a lack of sleep. I'd be the only server past 10 o'clock on the weekdays because there wasn't an abundance of customers, especially at the later hours of the night. One night, a larger man came in alone around 1 a.m. There was only one other customer in the restaurant at the time, I believe. I seated him, and he started talking to me in a flirtatious way right away. It was always the older, unattractive ones that would be the most flirty. I had to deal with it with a smile, though, as I basically was working on tips. He ordered a burger and a milkshake, and he told me his name was Trevor. Trevor would keep staring at me from across the diner as I would be sitting doing things on my phone. He was the only customer left at this point. Now, he called me by my name over to the table. I went over with a smile, and he asked for the check. He left after paying, and when I went to collect the tip and clean the table, I noticed, along with the $5 tip, he left his number in a winking face on the bill. Gross. I crumpled it up and threw it away. I thought that was the end of Trevor and my story, but it wasn't. A few nights later, in came Trevor again super late at night when no one else was in the place. I greeted him and sat him at a table. He actually hit me with "How is my favorite server doing tonight?" which was odd considering I only served him one time. He again started some conversation with me, and I was way too exhausted for this, but I had to put a smile on my face and entertain it. I thought maybe this time he'd give a better tip if I acted interested. But that backfired because he mistook my friendliness as interest and invited me to come on his boat sometime. I asked what kind of boat it was to play along, and he showed me a picture of this tiny little thing that could barely fit two people based on the looks of it. I said, "Oh wow, my dad has a boat too." I should have said boyfriend, looking back now, but I was trying to get a good tip out of him. He asked for my number, and I told him I'm not allowed to give customers my number. I could get fired. He actually believed this, but after he left, he once again left his number on the bill, this time with a note saying something along the lines of, "I bet you were just shy last time. Don't be shy this time. You can text me. It'll be our little secret," followed by another winking face. He again only tipped $5. This guy was a creep who didn't even tip well. I hoped to not see him again, but this wouldn't be a story if I didn't. He came in the next week on another night I was working. It had to be like 2 a.m., and it seemed like he'd always come in right as the place would become empty, almost like he was sitting in the parking lot waiting to come when I wouldn't be serving any tables. This time, he came in, and the first thing he said was, "You don't call, right?" But he didn't say it with a smile, he said it with a serious face. I told him, "I'm really flattered, but I really can't text customers." He didn't say anything, he just walked out. I was relieved, honestly. I'd rather he just stop coming in. The next day, while at my other job, I got a text from one of the other waitresses asking if I knew who the fat bald guy was. I said, "Yeah, he's so creepy." "Why?" She told me that he asked for my full name. I asked her if she gave it to him, and she said yes. I was honestly really upset, and this made me uncomfortable. She said that he claimed he just wanted the name of the really amazing waitress from last night. Later that day, I got a text. It was from Trevor. He said, Hey, it's Trevor, your favorite customer. I know you said you can't give your number out, so I took it upon myself to get it myself. Now you didn't break any rules, I was at a loss for words. I blocked the number and hoped that would be the end of it. But later that week, after I got off from work, I found an envelope tucked under my windshield wiper. I grabbed it and got in my car. Its contents were disturbing. It was a bunch of pictures of me in the diner taken from the parking lot. The pictures got more disturbing, though, when they started being of my apartment and of me standing on my front deck or unlocking the front door, and most disturbing of all was a picture taken through the front window at night. I drove straight to the police precinct with the photos to report this. These pictures, accompanied by the text I received from him, were damning enough. I stayed at my parents' house that night, and the next day a detective called that Trevor guy and told him if he continued to contact me, it would be considered harassment and he would be arrested. I still quit the job at the restaurant just to be safe. My lease was up the next month, so I moved to a new apartment. I didn't want to have any chance of that man finding me again. It was the first and only true stalker I've ever dealt with in my life. Thanksgiving night, I was over at my parents' house for dinner since they were hosting this year. I got to see some cousins and uncles I hadn't seen in almost a year. We had a typical Thanksgiving gathering for our family. My parents cooked a big meal as usual. Before dinner, though, I got a long essay of a text from some unknown number. I won't share it because it contains a lot of personal revealing details, but it started with, "Hey Melissa, hope your Thanksgiving is going well." Then I quickly came to realize who it was that sent this text. It was this crazy stalker guy named Kevin, who I'd never even met before. We matched on a dating app and texted and snapped for a while, but we never met. He gave me obsessive vibes, and when I politely rejected going on a date with him, saying I don't think we have much in common, he got even more obsessive and aggressive. He even threatened me one time when I posted a snap story of my friend and I getting drinks because he thought I was on a date with a guy. That was when I blocked him on everything, Snapchat, Instagram, and his number. But the contact didn't stop there. I got random Instagram accounts with 0 followers attempting to follow me, and I blocked them each time. Same thing on Snapchat. I'd get random accounts adding me with different guys' names every time. Whenever I'd add them back out of curiosity, their Snap scores were always 0. After reading the entire message, I was disgusted. He was gaslighting me and borderline threatening me. I replied, "If you keep contacting me, I will go to the police." I took so long to form a reply I was okay with that my grandma got annoyed and asked me to put my phone away. It was only out of sight and out of mind for me for half an hour before I got another text from another random number. It was another essay. I didn't want to completely ruin my mood and be on my phone dealing with this when I was with family. I put my phone away and just tried to focus on being a part of the conversation. When family started to leave and things started to slow down, I checked the text, and it was disturbing. It was longer than the first one, and it was him berating me and insulting me the entire time, acting like the entitled, narcissistic sociopath that he clearly is. When there was just a small amount of my family left, I showed them the texts, and they were appalled. My mom wanted me to go to the police the next day to report him for harassment, which I planned on doing. I soon left my parents' house to go home to my apartment. My apartment is the lower floor of a 2-family house. My friend Chelsea is my roommate. In the apartment, I got home before her and went straight to my room to look for Christmas movies to watch. My phone started ringing, and it said unknown caller. I knew it was him. I denied it and silenced my phone. I put on some silly rom-com Christmas movie to fall asleep to. It was called Surviving Christmas. All I remember about it is that it had James Gandolfini in it. It was late at night, so I didn't plan on making it through the movie. I was getting sleepy halfway through the movie when I heard walking from outside my room in the house. It was in the apartment, not from upstairs, so I assumed it was Chelsea getting home from her night with her family. The footsteps came straight to my door, then someone attempted to open my door. I always lock my bedroom door at night, even though I trust Chelsea. It's just a natural habit I have. I paused the movie and listened as the doorknob turned a few more times before I yelled, "Chelsea." Then it stopped. I heard quiet footsteps walking away from the door. I grabbed my phone, about to call Chelsea, and I saw a bunch of texts on my screen from a third random number. The most alarming one was a threat saying, "Good thing you made it obvious where you live." I tried calling Chelsea like 5 times, but she never picked up. I called my parents a bunch of times until my dad picked up, and I whispered into the phone that I think that crazy stalker was in the house. My dad said to stay put, he was coming over right away. We lived 10 minutes away from each other, but he made it to me in 5. That's how fast he drove here. During that time, I stayed on the phone with my dad the whole time until Chelsea called me back, and that's when she told me that she wasn't coming back to the apartment tonight, so it for sure was not her. When my dad got here, the front door was locked. I had to let him in. I swore to him that I wasn't imagining what happened, and so after we tore the place upside down, he went to the big sliding window by the kitchen, big enough that anyone could fit through, and he lifted it open. He turned to me and gave me a stare of disappointment. He scolded me after learning that I didn't lock the window every night and said, "Here's my answer on how someone got in here." I went back home with him and slept at home that night. First thing in the morning, my dad took me to the county court's office where they gave us step-by-step instructions for getting a temporary restraining order. Skipping most of the legal process of the story, I eventually did see Kevin in person when I had to go to court to get the restraining order extended. The judge granted the extension, and though I could never prove he broke into my apartment, his threatening texts were plenty, and if he ever contacts me again through any outlets, he'd be arrested. This was a truly dangerous man, and I hope he hasn't found anyone else to harass. This is a story that happened a couple of years ago when I was 20 years old. I had a friend named Liam who was celebrating his birthday at a nightclub downtown. It was pretty exciting as he was turning 20 himself, which was the legal drinking age from where I resided. I remember wisely taking an Uber as opposed to driving down there myself, just in case I wanted to get hammered. Turning legal age where I was from always gave a reason to go over the top with the drinking, so taking an Uber was completely justifiable. When I eventually got inside the club, I could recall dancing with multiple females while hammering down countless drinks. Again, it was my friend Liam's birthday, so we usually hosted these extravagant events by getting a booth along with bottle service. "Hey dude, are you having a good time?" "Yes, sir." "I bet you're checking out that blonde at the bar, huh?" "Come on, man. Why don't you mind your own beeswax, birthday boy? You like them thick, don't you?" "Oh, you know what else is sick?" "What?" "My vomit." I remember not feeling as intoxicated after puking in the bathroom stall, but that didn't stop me from throwing in the towel and calling it a night. I can recall heading out of the club and calling an Uber, as I knew my chances of picking up a female were slim to none considering I had regurgitated ramen breath. I ultimately purchased an Uber pool, which was when multiple riders heading in the same direction as you could also share a ride. I particularly didn't like sharing rides with strangers, but seeing as how cheap the Uber pool was in comparison to the regular Uber, I thought I'd give it a try. I wasn't exactly the wealthiest guy at the time, just an average college student who was broke and lived off eating noodle packs to help make ends meet. About 5 minutes later, my Uber finally arrived curbside near the club. As I approached the Uber, I nonchalantly hopped in the back of the vehicle as I could see the front passenger seat being occupied by another male. I remember seeing the male passed out drunk, as I assumed he had consumed a large amount of alcohol considering we were in the club district of the city. As the Uber driver began to drive towards our destinations, I kindly introduced myself by saying, "Hey there, long night ain't it?" "Yep, I'm kind of used to it." "What's wrong with him?" "He's just drunk as a skunk, just like the majority of you kids I pick up." "Yeah, well, you only live once, you know." The driver acknowledged my statement by nodding his head as he proceeded to carry on with the ride ahead. I remember briefly being in and out of consciousness as I knew the ride was going to take a little longer than usual due to the ride being an Uber pool. I kindly requested the Uber driver to play some music in his car by saying, "Excuse me, sir, do you have an AUX cord I can use to play my music?" "I thought you said you only live once." "No, yeah." "Well, enjoy your life while you're still here, kid." I confusingly respond, "What do you mean? Don't you just enjoy looking at nature?" I then looked outside and realized that he was taking us through a secluded rural area where it was nothing but crop fields and land. That's when my sobering reality set in as I realized he had completely driven off route from the requested destination. Sir, where are we going? Can I ask you a question?" Sure." "Why did you get inside my car?" "Because you're my Uber driver." "And why did you assume that I'm your Uber driver?" "Because you picked me up." That's when I checked the Uber app and noticed something so disturbing it still raises the hairs on the back of my neck just thinking about it. The profile picture of the driver was the same man passed out on the passenger seat. As I casually glanced at the passenger, I could see a trickle of blood dripping down from his mouth. That's when the driver looked at me through the rearview mirror and said, "I'm not an Uber driver, kid." "Then who the hell are you?" "You're gonna wish you never lived from the torture I'm gonna put you through." That's when I opened the door and immediately jumped out onto the side of the dirt road. As the man abruptly stopped the vehicle, I knew I had fractured my rib cage, but through sheer adrenaline, I had picked myself up and ran deep into the middle of a nearby cornfield. I remember running for about 5 minutes or so until I was a good couple of yards away from the vehicle. That's when I heard the man yelling from afar, saying, "Come back, kid. I'm not gonna hurt you, it was just a joke." I remained silent and crouched down the entire time as I dialed 911 on my cell phone. I remember whispering my location to the operator while simultaneously using the Google Map feature. What was 15 minutes felt like 15 hours as I saw several police units show up at the disclosed location. I ultimately ended up filing a police report and getting dropped off at my house by one of the officers. As far as the so-called Uber driver, he was unfortunately not found as the vehicle was located near a forest preserve about a mile away from where the cornfield was. The man in the passenger seat was, in fact, the real Uber driver. He was unfortunately pronounced dead at the scene. I still don't know what the man planned to do with me that night. All I can speculate is that the man was severely ill in the head and needs to get some sort of professional help. I now don't drink nor do I take any form of public transportation when I go out, as the fear of encountering that man still triggers me to this day. A few months ago, I was driving back to school from visiting my parents. It's about a 2-hour drive, so I usually keep myself entertained with music. I'm a 5 feet 3 inches, 21-year-old female driving my dad's little old pickup truck alone in the leftmost lane of a 3-lane highway, dorking around to the music on the radio. Suddenly, I noticed a semi-truck going the exact same speed as me in the rightmost lane. Embarrassed for getting caught in dork mode, I stopped singing and tried to speed up so he couldn't see me anymore. He matched my speed, which ticked me off a little bit, so I looked at the driver, expecting to see some angry jerk. To my surprise, he was smiling and waving. Thrown off, I kind of chuckled and waved back. Big mistake. He moved over to the middle lane to be closer to me and now wouldn't stop smiling and waving. At first, I played nice, waving back a little because a semi-truck beats a tiny pickup truck any day. But I was mostly focusing on getting out of this guy's field of vision safely. I tried speeding up as fast as my truck would allow and slowing down as suddenly as I could without endangering anyone behind me, but he would just match my speed. If there was someone coming up in his lane, he'd move to the right at the last possible second and pass them before I could slow down and get behind them. He has a lot more practice with reckless maneuvering than I do, so he has me trapped and is using other cars to help him. The whole time, he's smiling, waving, and holding up the number 1 sign for some reason I still don't know. His charm is rapidly fading as this continues for about 5 miles. I got worried and called 911. I gave them a description of the truck: white cargo truck, black cab with some Pennsylvania company logo on it, and the driver was a balding, middle-aged tan guy with a dirty blue t-shirt. They advised me to pull off to the emergency shoulder on the left, but I had never done that and it looked too narrow, so I didn't feel comfortable doing that. At this point, he was passing someone else in the middle lane, and I finally had a chance to slow down and merge 2 lanes over to the rightmost lane. I started speeding past him so he couldn't trap me again. The operator told me to take the closest service plaza about 5 miles away. She said he probably wouldn't follow me, so I could stop there for a few minutes before getting back on the highway. She told me to call if he did follow me, but she was confident he probably wouldn't, so she hung up. Now he's still holding up the sign and smiling this creepy, increasingly perverted grin at me while I avoid eye contact. The service plaza is in a quarter mile, and I'm not using any turn signals, but I guess he knew what I was doing because he braked hard and merged behind me right at the last second to join me in exiting to the service plaza. After I got my heart to start back up from the coronary area just experienced, I called 911 again. The way this service plaza was set up was that semi-trucks had to use a separate lane winding to the right of the plaza that led to a parking lot behind the plaza just for big trucks. The rest of us used a smaller lane to park immediately in front of the plaza. I parked, and as I'm explaining to the new operator what's going on, I watched the semi creep around its path while the driver stared me down, smiling. I freaked out. He knew where I had parked. He knew where to find me. If I just stayed there, I thought maybe I could have floored it to get back on the highway, but I was afraid he would see me and follow me again. So, I drove to a gas station to the left of the plaza, which had a view of the semi-truck parking lot, hoping he wouldn't find me until the police came. The operator transferred me to the woman who was helping me before. She informed me that they had dispatched a couple of police cars but couldn't tell me how long they would be. I saw the trucker had gotten out of his truck and was heading towards me. Even though my windows were closed and my doors were locked, I was panicking on the phone with the operator. She told me the police should be there soon and that I should be safe there, so I should sit tight while I kept her updated. I wanted to at least drive back to the parking lot I was in before, but it was a one-way entrance to the gas station, so I couldn't. I glared at the trucker and showed him my phone when he came close. He finally stopped smiling and made it look like he was going into the service plaza. I looked in my right side view mirror and found him hiding behind a big white pillar in front of the plaza, staring at me again. I freaked out and asked the operator where the cops were and if I could leave because he was being ultra creepy. She told me to sit tight again because they should be there any minute, so I did. Then he came out of hiding and started walking towards my truck. I put it in drive just in case and told the operator what he was doing. I refused to make eye contact with him but kept watching my mirrors to make sure I knew where he was. The smile was back, and he started walking in circles around my truck, looking at it as if looking for a way to get in. I couldn't take it anymore. I waited until he circled back behind me, floored it, and told the operator I wasn't waiting one more second for the police. She apologized and told me the police would look for the man and talk to him if they found him, and that I should focus on getting home safely while keeping an eye out for him. I don't know if they did that or not, but I know none of that would have happened if I had my boyfriend with me. So not only can't I walk alone, but I also can't drive alone as a female. Nice to know. I dated my ex, Keen, for 2 years. It was a toxic, abusive relationship. I endured a lot of physical suffering from it, but I was always too scared to leave. I live with my single mom on a rougher side of town, the place where I spent my entire childhood. Being a girl walking home alone at night here can be sketchy, which was part of the reason why I stayed with Ken for so long. He is a big guy, and I felt a sense of protection with him when he wasn't making me feel like SH. A big reason I stayed with him, though, towards the end, was because I was scared of how he'd take it if I broke up with him. My mother always hated him, though, and she knew he was no good for me. Unfortunately, it took me as long as it did to cut ties with him. I did it over text one day because I knew if I did it in person, he'd hit me or go crazy. He still didn't take it well. Seconds after I texted him, he tried calling me over and over. I wouldn't pick up because I was scared. After the third or fourth attempted call, he started typing for a few minutes, and the text I got from him was a long paragraph cursing me out, a lot of it in all caps. I texted him back that we could talk about it on the phone tomorrow when he cooled off. He, of course, sent another paragraph. And I didn't read this one right away because I was about to cry, and I didn't want to deal with it at that moment. My mom was working her second job that night and wouldn't be home until around 2 o'clock in the morning. I had class the next day, so I went to bed early, around 10 o'clock, but falling asleep was difficult with my mind racing. Eventually, though, I did fall asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound from outside my room. I looked at the clock, and it was around 1 a.m. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake up to my mom getting home late at night after work. I was just surprised because she was home rather early. This night, I sat up and saw something sitting on the edge of my bed. I realized it was my cat, Nala. I got out of bed and went out into the hall and called my mom's name. All the lights were out, and I knew for certain I heard something from out in the living room. I turned on the living room lights, but no one was there. I went to the front door to make sure it was locked, and it was. I checked through the window to the driveway, and my mom's car wasn't there, so I figured maybe I was just hearing things. I went back to my room and shut the door, then crawled back into bed. Nala was still in the same spot on my bed. She hadn't moved. I tried to go back to sleep, and I suddenly heard another sound. I ran out to the living room again, and my mom wasn't there still. I suddenly realized Ken knew where we kept the spare key in the backyard. What if he had just let himself in? I went back to my room and called my mom on my cell phone and told her I had already texted her earlier about my breakup, so she already knew and was proud of me. She said she'd be home in a little bit and that I could just be hearing house noises. I laid back down in my bed. Nala was still in the same position. I turned on the lamp and went to go pick her up, but I gasped when I saw her eyes lifelessly open, and she wasn't breathing. I picked her up and confirmed it. My cat was dead. I wanted to cry, but I covered my mouth. I suddenly knew that Ken was in the house and that he did this to punish me. I locked my bedroom door and called 911, whispering into the phone that my crazy ex-boyfriend broke into my house and killed my cat. I was told to wait in the closet in my bedroom until I heard the police arrive. I stayed on the phone with 911 in the closet, waiting. At any time during this, the front door to the house could have opened and closed, and I wouldn't have been able to hear it. Eventually, the 911 operator told me the police were there. Apparently, the door was unlocked because they let themselves in. That man, Ken, had probably just left. I went to the living room to find 2 police officers. I was bawling my eyes out over Nala. The first thing they asked was, "Where is he?" And I said, "I think he left." I showed them my cat and the text from Ken. My mom came home shortly after I called her, and she cried over Nala too. The police were not very helpful at all, saying that without any actual evidence that someone broke into the house, they couldn't just go and arrest someone. Nala had no stab marks or anything, so as messed up as it sounds, we couldn't even prove that she was likely murdered by Ken as revenge against me. The next day, my mom had the locks to the house changed. The spare key in the backyard was still there, but Ken easily could have put it back. I blocked Ken's number and all social media outlets. All the evidence pointed to him having done it. My mother and I went through the process of getting an order of protection against him, and the judge issued us a temporary one before our court date. The last time I ever saw Ken was in court, where thankfully the judge determined that the order of protection would remain in place. I still often think about how the first time I went downstairs, Ken was probably somewhere in the living room, hiding and watching me. This happened in the countryside of Georgia. I was 15 at the time, with my brother Ronnie, who was 18. Ronnie was big on exploring creepy places, and he somehow heard of this huge abandoned house not far from us from someone he knew. I guess he didn't want to explore it alone, so one day he brought me along with him to go check it out. Ronnie parked the car in a rather hidden location, covered by a bunch of trees. The house property wasn't visible from here. We'd have to walk down this concrete road that clearly hadn't been touched in forever. There were giant cracks with grass and weeds growing through it just about everywhere. All the grass around the road was overgrown, almost overtaken with weeds as well. Suddenly, we noticed a woman down the road walking behind us in our direction. I asked Ronnie what we should do, and he said to just play it cool. If we started to run, it would look suspicious. The woman was walking with both her hands folded behind her back as if she were going for a relaxing stroll. We kept walking at our regular pace, maybe picking it up a bit, just slightly. I turned around once more, and she was much closer now, and I could see a smile on her face. She was looking back at me. Then she said, "Lovely day today, isn't it?" My brother and I simultaneously responded, "Yeah." She kept walking behind us, getting closer and closer. Then, as she was almost right on top of us with her hands still folded behind her back, she said, "I have to go to bed now." Ronnie and I looked at one another with confused looks. We both picked up the pace now without saying a word to each other. We just saw in each other's faces that it was time to speed up and get away from this woman. My brother turned around one last time and said, "Have a great day, ma'am." We stayed in the speedwalk pace for a while, and the next time we turned around, that woman was gone completely off the road. That meant she must have taken off into the woods, which was incredibly creepy. It was absolutely a chilling start to this little field trip. We made it to the house. It was noticeably deteriorated. There were vines of ivy growing up certain parts of the walls. Some of the glass windows were shattered, meaning it had been explored before, and that's exactly how we entered the house, through one of the broken windows. We climbed in, making sure not to cut ourselves on any broken glass. Right from the start, surprisingly, there was a lot of stuff left behind, like all the furniture, albeit it looked a little worn out. All the wall decor, the little decorations on the coffee table, even when we went into the kitchen and checked the fridge, there were food items left behind, very rotten food items. Opening that fridge was like getting smacked in the face with a smell of death. After checking the whole first floor, we went down to the basement. The basement, like the first floor, was still completely furnished. Although down here it was a lot messier. There were a ton of things like loose sheets of paper and garbage spread out on the floor. The carpet was a faded blue color. There was a little bit of light that came into the room through the windows at the top of the walls. Then we heard a noise from upstairs, a distinct thump. We both just froze like statues, waiting for any kind of noise again. Within a few seconds, we chalked it up to just being a noise of an old, deteriorating house. There wasn't much else to see in the basement, so we went back up to the first floor. The only place left to check was the upstairs. At the top of the stairs, from what I remember, was the bathroom directly in front of the stairs, and then to the left was a small hallway that led to an open door. The hallway cut left. I don't remember what was to the right, but I'll tell you why in a second. Ronnie and I went left and into the first doorway. It was a bedroom, a decently sized bedroom, but it didn't seem like the master bedroom. There was a double bed in there and an antique-looking dresser. There were some old articles of clothing left behind in the dresser, nothing I wanted to touch. Ronnie left the room first, and then he said, "Mare Ned," scared-sounding tone. I looked up at him, and he was looking down the hall. I stepped into the hall and saw what he was looking at. There was that woman from earlier, standing in front of the bed in another bedroom at the end of the short hallway. She was still smiling like before. She opened her mouth and said, "Do you want to see what's behind my back?" My brother screamed, "Run," and he pushed me to start running. We both made a beeline for the front door and sprinted to the outside. I couldn't help but look back at the house, at the upstairs windows, expecting her to be at one of them, but she wasn't. I also just had to make sure she wasn't chasing after us. We kept running until we were out of sight from the house, and then we kept running some more, even though my cardio sucked and I was out of breath. When we finally made it back to the car, I gagged, trying to throw up from exhaustion. We got in the car, and Ronnie drove us home. The whole ride, we couldn't stop theorizing what it was that just happened. We said it might have been some loony woman off her meds or escaped from a mental facility or something. Maybe she was living in that abandoned house. But even explaining all of that away, the big question is, what did she have behind her back? And was she holding it that whole time she was walking behind us? So many questions that will never be answered. In our high school class, there was a kid named Jack who moved to our high school during freshman year. I guess he had a hard time breaking into any of the established friend groups. He had a few friends here and there from what I know, but he wasn't part of any particular groups. Then something really awkward happened one day during lunch. I had already asked my date, Eva, to prom, and she said yes. At lunch, we had a table of mixed guys and girls, and Eva was at the table. Here came Jack from whatever table he was sitting at, and like an awkward scene out of a movie, he tapped Eva on the shoulder and asked her to prom. The whole table went silent except for one kid who cheered sarcastically. Eva left in clear discomfort and said she's already going with me. I felt the second-hand embarrassment. Jack looked at me, and I didn't know what to think of the stare he gave me, but I could tell he was humiliated. He left without saying a word, and everyone laughed loudly. It was a horribly uncomfortable scenario all around. While I felt bad, I couldn't help but slightly laugh too. I mean, I have no idea what he thought was going to happen, especially with such a large audience of dudes at the table too. We watched as Jack actually left the cafeteria, and the teacher on lunch duty actually chased after him because you weren't allowed to leave without a pass, but Jack never came back into the lunchroom. I still wonder where he went. From there, on prom night, we had our group of 10 in the back of the limo. The same 10 of us sat at the table together when at the dance. Everything was going as prom should, but then eventually that night, one of my friends told me, "Don't look now," but Josh was at that table eyeballing you. I waited like 10 seconds before looking over, and I saw Jack shooting a dagger at, I guess, Eva and I. I decided I'd go talk to him, but as I walked over to him, he got up and hurried away out of the dance hall. That was super weird, but I wasn't gonna chase after him. I went over to the table he was sitting at and asked a couple of the kids if they came with Jack. And they said no, he kind of just sat there randomly and wasn't saying anything. I went back to my table, and like a typical high schooler, I told the whole table. It was definitely pretty freakish. After prom, Eva and I left with a friend who drove to go to a diner to eat a bunch of breakfast food at like 12 a.m. After that, we went to our friend Tommy's house. He had a massive backyard right next to a nature preserve, and he had a really cool fire pit. So we all circled the fire pit with a speaker playing music and some drinks. There were 6 of us total. Tommy, sitting across from me, pointed out to the woods and said he saw something in the woods. We all looked over, of course. We looked at the woods for a while, but when we didn't see anything, Tommy basically said, "I ate whatever." We continued to hang by the fire pit for a while. Eventually, one couple left, so it was just Eva, Tommy, his date, and myself left. Tommy was mid-sentence when he stopped speaking abruptly. I said, "What?" and I turned around and saw someone walking towards the light of the fire from the woods. It was someone in a tuxedo. He said to us, "Don't get up." As he got closer, we realized it was Jack. He was holding a hatchet or a small axe. He looked like he had been crying, but he also looked angry. Tommy and I told him to please put the axe down and just talk. Jack yelled at us to shut up and made us turn the music off. He began a rant about how soul-crushingly embarrassing what happened during lunch that day was and how he had been too embarrassed to come back to school after that because he thought it had been spread all over the school, but it really hadn't, and we tried to tell him that. Anytime we tried to speak, he'd scream, "Shut the fuck up," louder and louder, and he'd begin to raise the axe kind of. He then directed his attention to Eva and started going on about how he thought she was gorgeous and that she would only make fun of him with her friends, which again, that never happened. All these things only happened in his head. During this time that he was talking to Eva, Tommy was low-key and texted his dad something like, "Bring the gun to the backyard," making it clear we were in danger. Tommy's dad came out to the back door and yelled, "What's going on?" with his gun in his hand. Jack stopped talking, and I could see he was deciding in his head whether to run or not. He dropped the axe and ran back to the woods. Tommy's dad came running over with his gun, and all four of us couldn't tell him what happened quick enough. His dad said not to touch the axe, leave the fingerprints on it for the police. That hatchet, axe, whatever, was eventually the key to prosecuting Jack. After a few days, Jack had already been arrested, and so his fingerprints were in the system, and they matched the fingerprints on the axe. But when all four of us decided we didn't want to press charges on Jack, it was too late by that point. He got charged criminally. Tommy's friend said it was for menacing in the second degree. He didn't serve any jail time. I found Jack on Facebook shortly after this and reached out to him with a sincere message, not attacking him at all, and he read it. He never replied to it. I saw Jack one other time in the halls that year. He didn't look at me. None of us ever saw him again after graduation. Our tale takes us to the outskirts of a sleepy college town, where an abandoned house stood shrouded in darkness. This house, once a grand estate, had long been forgotten, its windows shattered and its walls covered in ivy. The locals whispered tales of its haunted past, but few dared to venture near. The fraternity known as the Guardians chose this house for their final pledge challenge. It was a tradition that had been passed down for generations, a test of courage and resilience. The pledges were tasked with spending a night alone in the abandoned house, each one having to confront their deepest fears within its decaying walls. Among them was Drake, a quiet, introspective student. He had always been more comfortable with books than with people, and this challenge was his way of proving himself. As the sun set, the pledges were driven to the house. The journey was filled with nervous laughter and whispered reassurances, but as they approached the house, a heavy silence fell over them. The air grew heavy with dread as they stepped out of the van. The house loomed before them, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the twilight sky. Drake found himself standing before a door hanging precariously from its hinges. The wood was splintered and rotting, and the doorknob was cold and unyielding. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under his weight, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and mildew. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling sagged ominously. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, each step echoing through the empty halls, a reminder of the house's long abandonment. He shone his flashlight around, taking in the dilapidated state of the house. The beam of light revealed broken furniture, shattered glass, and layers of dust that had settled over the years. Cobwebs hung from every corner, and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. It was as if time had stood still within these walls. As darkness descended, the silence was broken by unsettling noises. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to groan and sigh. Drake tried to convince himself it was just the house settling. He repeated this mantra in his mind, trying to quell the rising tide of fear. But deep down, he felt he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes following his every move. He spent what felt like an eternity huddled in a corner, the minutes stretching into hours, and the oppressive silence weighed heavily on him. Then he heard a soft whisper coming from the floor above. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down his spine. Curiosity won over fear, and he made his way towards the staircase. Each step was a battle against the urge to turn and run. As he reached the top, the whispering grew louder. It was a low, murmuring sound, like a conversation just out of earshot. It seemed to be coming from a room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light spilled out into the dark corridor. He approached cautiously and pushed the door open. The hinges squealed in protest, and the doors swung open to reveal an empty room. The room was empty, but the whispering had stopped. The silence was deafening, and Drake's heart pounded in his chest. Drake noticed something strange about the far wall. There were markings, faint and almost hidden beneath layers of grime. It looked as if someone had tried to conceal something. The markings formed a pattern, a series of symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. He approached the wall and knocked on it. It sounded hollow. His curiosity piqued. He began to tear away at the flimsy wall, revealing a small, dark space. Inside was a small wooden box covered in strange symbols. The box was unlocked. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the lid. After a moment, he opened it. The lid creaked open, revealing a single sheet of yellowed parchment. The paper was brittle and ancient. The ink seemed to shimmer in the dim light. As he read, the words seemed to shift and change before his eyes. They spoke of an ancient evil bound to the house, a curse that had claimed countless lives. The words were a warning, a plea for anyone who found the parchment to leave and never return. Drake felt a cold dread creep up his spine. The air seemed to grow colder, and he could feel the weight of the house's dark history pressing down on him. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died. The darkness closed in around him, and he was plunged into a world of shadows. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the house, a sound of pure terror that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Drake dropped the parchment and stumbled back, his heart racing and his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He heard the doorknob rattle, and the door swung open. He braced himself for the worst, but it was one of the other pledges. Relief washed over Drake. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding, both shaken by their experiences. They left the room, but the experience had changed them. The house had revealed its secrets, and they would carry the memory of that night with them forever. The abandoned house remained a testament to the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. It stood as a reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. Our tale takes us to the outskirts of a sleepy college town, where an abandoned house stood shrouded in darkness. This house, once a grand estate, had long been forgotten, its windows shattered and its walls covered in ivy. The locals whispered tales of its haunted past, but few dared to venture near. The fraternity known as the Guardians chose this house for their final pledge challenge. It was a tradition that had been passed down for generations, a test of courage and resilience. The pledges were tasked with spending a night alone in the abandoned house, each one having to confront their deepest fears within its decaying walls. Among them was Drake, a quiet, introspective student. He had always been more comfortable with books than with people, and this challenge was his way of proving himself. As the sun set, the pledges were driven to the house. The journey was filled with nervous laughter and whispered reassurances, but as they approached the house, a heavy silence fell over them. The air grew heavy with dread as they stepped out of the van. The house loomed before them, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the twilight sky. Drake found himself standing before a door hanging precariously from its hinges. The wood was splintered and rotting, and the doorknob was cold and unyielding. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under his weight, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and mildew. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling sagged ominously. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, each step echoing through the empty halls, a reminder of the house's long abandonment. He shone his flashlight around, taking in the dilapidated state of the house. The beam of light revealed broken furniture, shattered glass, and layers of dust that had settled over the years. Cobwebs hung from every corner, and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. It was as if time had stood still within these walls. As darkness descended, the silence was broken by unsettling noises. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to groan and sigh. Drake tried to convince himself it was just the house settling. He repeated this mantra in his mind, trying to quell the rising tide of fear. But deep down, he felt he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes following his every move. He spent what felt like an eternity huddled in a corner, the minutes stretching into hours, and the oppressive silence weighed heavily on him. Then he heard a soft whisper coming from the floor above. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down his spine. Curiosity won over fear, and he made his way towards the staircase. Each step was a battle against the urge to turn and run. As he reached the top, the whispering grew louder. It was a low, murmuring sound, like a conversation just out of earshot. It seemed to be coming from a room at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a sliver of light spilled out into the dark corridor. He approached cautiously and pushed the door open. The hinges squealed in protest, and the door swung open to reveal an empty room. The room was empty, but the whispering had stopped. The silence was deafening, and Drake's heart pounded in his chest. Drake noticed something strange about the far wall. There were markings, faint and almost hidden beneath layers of grime. It looked as if someone had tried to conceal something. The markings formed a pattern, a series of symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. He approached the wall and knocked on it. It sounded hollow. His curiosity piqued. He began to tear away at the flimsy wall, revealing a small, dark space. Inside was a small wooden box covered in strange symbols. The box was unlocked. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the lid. After a moment, he opened it. The lid creaked open, revealing a single sheet of yellowed parchment. The paper was brittle and ancient. The ink seemed to shimmer in the dim light. As he read, the words seemed to shift and change before his eyes. They spoke of an ancient evil bound to the house, a curse that had claimed countless lives. The words were a warning, a plea for anyone who found the parchment to leave and never return. Drake felt a cold dread creep up his spine. The air seemed to grow colder, and he could feel the weight of the house's dark history pressing down on him. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died. The darkness closed in around him, and he was plunged into a world of shadows. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the house, a sound of pure terror that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Drake dropped the parchment and stumbled back, his heart racing and his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He heard the doorknob rattle, and the door swung open. He braced himself for the worst, but it was one of the other pledges. Relief washed over Drake. They exchanged a look of mutual understanding, both shaken by their experiences. They left the room, but the experience had changed them. The house had revealed its secrets, and they would carry the memory of that night with them forever. The abandoned house remained a testament to the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world. It stood as a reminder of the unseen forces that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them out. I was home alone one night for a reason I don't remember. All I remember is my entire family was gone. I was 13 or 14 years old. I was a big gamer at the time. I was obsessed with StarCraft, and admittedly sometimes spend a weekend night or two playing StarCraft or some other PC game. This was right before co-lockdown started. I was playing StarCraft on my computer in my bedroom on the first floor. That's when the doorbell rang twice. I hurried to the door, not wanting to be away from the game for too long, in fear of losing. I got to the front door and said, "Who is it?" as I always would if I was alone. A soft and weak voice on the other side said something that I couldn't hear. It sounded like a woman. I opened the door with the storm door still separating me and this older woman standing on the other side with a big smile on her face. She had her hands behind her back. I said through the door, "Can I help you?" She said she needed to use a phone and asked if she could come inside. Ever since I was a little kid, I was always taught not to let a stranger into the house, ever. That included women. I felt so awkward, though. I didn't know how to turn her away. I redirected her to the library a few blocks down because they'd surely have a phone. Deep down, I knew the library was closed at this point, but I was just trying to get this stranger who was trying to get into my house to leave. She was still smiling, but what she said next did not match her smile. She said, "That's very rude to turn away an old lady asking for help." I replied the only way I could think to, and that was that my parents don't allow strangers into the house. It's a house rule. I slowly started closing the door as I was saying sorry, and she just stood there, not moving, but still smiling at me. And though her smile never changed, it suddenly felt much more menacing. I was walking back to my room when the doorbell rang again. There was no way in hell I was opening the door again. That woman radiated weird vibes from the start. Maybe something was wrong with her. Maybe she wasn't all there. These were things I had no way of knowing, and maybe that was selfish of me to send her on her way, but I just wasn't opening the door for anyone when I was home alone. I went back to my game, not too long after I sat back down. I heard something tapping on the window. It was a clinking type sound from something metal. The window was directly in front of my desk. I had the blind pulled down, so I couldn't see what was making the noise, but I already had an idea. My room was the only room with a light on in the house. The horrible thought that it was the old woman from just before, and that she walked over to my window, terrified me. I turned off the sound on my computer at this point. I didn't care about my game anymore. The clanking sound on the window persisted. I basically said, "F this," and up and left to a different room in the house. I sat in the darkness of the living room for a bit. When the doorbell rang again, this woman was harassing me now. I tried to convince myself she wasn't a threat, just some crazy old woman who's probably clueless as to where she is. When she rang the doorbell a second and third time, I decided to go open the door and ask her if there's someone I could call for her, but when I opened the door there was now a man on the other side. He looked to be about 10 years younger than her. He said through the storm door, "Have you seen my mother?" I replied saying yes, she came to my door just before. He then apologized to me and said she has dementia and got out of the house. I suddenly felt bad, but he asked me if he could come in for a minute. And again, I felt awkward. Why did he need to come inside? I said the same thing that I told to the woman who he claimed to be his mother. I said we could just talk through this door. I then said that I think she went into my backyard because I heard something at my window. I told him he could go around back and check. He thanked me and walked down the walkway, and I thought he went into the backyard, but when I went to the back and looked out the back window expecting to see him searching around, I saw nobody, not him or his mom. This was all too weird for me. I went to bed on the earlier side that night, just falling asleep with the TV on in the background until I heard the clear blinking sound on the window again. Something metal was tapping on the glass. I remembered the concerned man and I decided to try and help. I went to the window, lifted the blind up with my hand, and I saw that woman outside my window with that same creepy smile. She was tapping a kitchen knife on my window. I closed the blind and crawled back into my bed. This didn't feel like it was actually happening. A suspiciously short amount of time later, the doorbell rang like 4 times. The clinking on the window stopped by this point. This was all too suspicious. It felt like some kind of robbery attempt. I ignored the doorbell. I stayed in my bed. I was going to wait this out. I didn't have a cell phone at this time. I wasn't the most social guy growing up. I also didn't want to call the police for some reason. I waited this all out until it finally stopped. The next morning I told my dad what happened. When I called him, he told me I was smart not to open the door. Everyone agreed that. Everything about it sounded like an attempted robbery. Is there a chance that maybe that woman really did have dementia and that the man was really her concerned son? Maybe. But it all seemed too coordinated. Why did he want to come into the house too? How did he even know she came to my house specifically? Why didn't he ever go into the backyard to look for her when I gave him permission to do so? Too many unanswered questions that lead me to believe I avoided something terrible happening if I opened that door. My father invited our entire family on a cruise to celebrate May and his 50th wedding anniversary. May was my grandmother. It was my father, his brother's mom, and aunt with all the grandchildren. There were 10 of us for a 3-night cruise from Miami to Bermuda and back to Miami. My sister and I had never been on a cruise before, nor were our cousins, so we were excited. I was the middle age-wise at 13, my sister was the youngest at 10, and our cousins were 13 and 11. Since we all now lived in different parts of the country, we flew to Miami and met at the ship. We arrived first, so my sister and I explored the ship before everyone else arrived. It was a pretty big ship, but not one of the biggest. I think it had something like 1,000 staterooms, so about 2,000 passengers. There were 10 places to eat, 3 pools and whirlpools, a rock climbing wall, mini golf, a fitness center, an entertainment center like an arcade, and a massage spa. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Don't forget a casino. So we kids had a ton of things to do and ran wild around the ship. Grandpa, May, my dad, mom, and aunt and uncle mostly played gin rummy and mahjong, a favorite card game of May's. They thought we were responsible enough to stay out of trouble. The first 2 nights, we swam, watched Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in the movie theater, and played video games in the arcade. It was on the 3rd and last night that the scary event happened. The adults were playing cards after dinner, and we kids headed out to the upper deck just to watch the ship moving through the stars, which literally rained down on us like a magical world. We sat in the deck chairs and told scary stories, jokes, and stuff like that. Sometime around 12:40, we decided to go to the arcade. Now, it's a little surprising with something like 2,000 people on board. We were the only people on the deck, which was like a ghost town. When we got to the arcade, we had it entirely to ourselves. There was just one lone figure sitting on one of the deck chairs near the railing. As we passed him, I saw it was a very skinny and tall man with stringy hair, wearing a coat and a winter cap. I couldn't tell whether he was staring out to sea or asleep. It was too dark to see any other features. But he didn't look like the other passengers on the ship. We all felt a little uncomfortable walking past him. I was the last to walk past him, and I kept an eye on him the whole time, but he didn't move. As I passed him and breathed a sigh of relief too soon, I heard him speak from behind me. A second after, it wasn't like he spoke, it was more like he mumbled. I turned around, and he stood and walked in my direction. He was tall sitting in the chair, but when he stood up, he was taller than any man I've ever seen. He was ludicrously tall, he had to have been almost 7 feet. I don't know how tall, just really tall. My heart pounded, and I was scared to death. My sister and cousins were already in the arcade, and the door had shut. I was staring at this creep by myself. As he got closer, He pulled his coat around his neck, which was super skinny with a huge Adam's apple. When he was about 5 feet from me, he stopped, stooped over, took his hand out of his coat pocket, and, in an outstretched arm, held a voodoo doll. "Do you want to buy this?" he asked. I gasped, "No," and turned and ran away. When I entered the arcade, everyone was already at a game. I chose Jurassic Park to play and quickly forgot about my scary encounter. I wish this story had ended there, but it didn't. As I played the video game, I heard the door open and felt the sea air blow across me. I turned to look, and the creepy voodoo man walked in. I instantly went to everyone and said, "It's time to go." We went to the lounge where the adults played cards and chatted with them briefly. They then gave each of us a hug and a kiss and set off to bed. We went down to our stateroom, and the adults played card games. We returned to our room without seeing the creep from the deck, got into our PJs, and curled up on the bunks to sleep. It didn't take long, and all of us were sound asleep. But at some time after 1 o'clock, my sister got up to use the toilet. When she turned the light on, she screamed bloody murder. There, in a chair, sat this strange tall man. When she screamed, he stood up, and all of us were up. I don't know how it happened, but he tripped on his own feet and fell into the bathroom. My older cousin slammed the door and placed the chair in front of it to barricade the monster in. Our parents, now in the cabin next to ours, heard the commotion and screams and raced over. We told them there was a scary man in the bathroom. They called ship security, who came and handcuffed the man. They placed him in a cell especially for criminal behavior. It turned out the man was not a passenger on the manifest. They don't know how he got on board without being spotted, but he did. It was suspected that he had mental disorders when they attempted to question him. He was locked in the cell below deck for his and everyone's safety. When we arrived back at port, the police came aboard and took him away. I don't know if it was to a jail or a mental hospital. How he managed to find our stateroom is a mystery. How he got into our room is my fault. I didn't lock the door. When I was a kid, I had an irrational fear of our basement. Though, if I do say so myself, our basement was kind of scary for a kid. It was a pretty big basement. There was an L-shaped couch right in the middle of the basement that sat right in front of a wooden support column. In front of the couch was the big old TV we had down there, which had all of our video game consoles plugged into it. The layout of the basement was set up as a big circle that went around the couch. Basically, there was a booth and table in one corner, an old bar in the other corner which had the door to the laundry room behind it, and then in the other corner, closest to the stairs, was the doorway to my dad's little workout room. My dad rented out the upstairs of the house to an old lady named Nellie, so we only had access to the first floor and the basement. My dad would usually hang out in the living room on the first floor, hence why our video games were all downstairs on the crappy TV, because our dad didn't really hang out down there. I'm the youngest sibling. I have 2 older brothers. I was anywhere from 6 to 8 years old when this happened. My older brothers weren't home, so they must have been having playdates with other kids. It was just my mom and I home at the time. My dad was likely at work. Usually, I'd be playing video games with my brothers in the basement, so I wouldn't be scared. But since I was alone, I remember being kind of creeped out as I walked down the stairs. That basement door sucked because it wouldn't stay open by default. It would just slowly creep shut unless something was propped in front of the door to keep it open. So, it just made me feel even more isolated from the upstairs and my mom. I was playing whatever old video games I was into at the time alone on that gray fluffy couch. Any little sound in the basement would make me pause my game and look in whatever direction I heard it. There would always be creepy sounds that would come from the laundry room, and even though I grew to expect them, they'd still sometimes creep me out. They were usually familiar sounds, though, and so when I heard an unusual sound come from inside the laundry room, I paused my game. It wasn't the sound of the laundry machine or the boiler clacking. It was the sound of something dropping to the floor and bouncing once or twice. I remember jumping off the couch and running upstairs to find my mom, saying, "There's someone in the basement." I remember my mom's calm reaction and asking me what happened, and then explaining to me that nobody was down there to make me feel better. She went back down to the basement with me and she opened the door to the laundry room, turned on the light, and looked inside for a few seconds. Then she shut the door and said, "There's no one in there." So, naturally, I felt better, and she went back upstairs and I went back to playing video games. I can't remember how much time passed before I went back upstairs to eat a snack. My mom was already preparing dinner. I remember it being dark out now, which only added to my fear of the basement. The basement had 2 small windows, which did allow some light in during the day, so at night it was just completely pitch black down there. I did end up going back down there, though, and then eventually I heard the sound of the heater in the laundry room turn on, only it was extremely loud. I turned around and noticed the laundry room door was now open. I got off the couch and slowly walked to the laundry room door. It was pitch black inside of there. I was scared to turn on the light. I just wanted to shut the door. I gathered up enough courage to run at the door and slam it shut, and then run back to the couch. For some reason, I just felt safer on the couch. I guess, for whatever reason, I didn't once think that it was strange that the door was magically open now, even after my mom had closed it earlier. The next thing I remember was hearing a man's voice from behind me, and at first, my brain didn't register what I had just heard. It didn't seem real at first. I turned around and saw some sickly-looking man sitting in the booth in the corner of the basement with his arm on the table and his head resting on his fist. He said, "My God, how you've grown." I was frozen stiff. I couldn't even scream. I just looked at the man in the corner with my mouth hanging open, twitching. He slowly stood up in this crooked, hunched-over posture, and it seemed like he was slowly starting to walk towards me as he said, "Your mother won't let me see you guys." I finally was able to scream, and I just bolted for the stairs. I was screaming, "Mom," the whole way up to the kitchen. I slammed the basement door and locked it. I screamed and cried to my mom that there's a man downstairs. I saw the look on her face and she was petrified. She called 911, and I strangely don't remember what happened in the moments before the police showed up. I just remember a bunch of police officers getting there and going down to the basement. I was with my mom and a police officer in a safe room while they found him. The man they found was my uncle, my estranged uncle, my mom's brother, who was basically excommunicated from our family for being a child rapist. Our parents never wanted him anywhere near us, nor did my mom want any contact with him. He had broken into the house and had been hiding in the basement for God knows how long. I didn't even know his face, as the last time I'd seen him I was a baby. I haven't seen him since then. He went back to prison for another 4 years for another sex crime. We don't know where he is now. It was around 2012 to 2013. My brother was about 6 or 7 at the time, and we had just moved into a new house to be closer to school and for cheaper rent. It was a pretty nice house, all things considered. It even had a cozy fireplace for the winter. Anyway, my brother was really into Batman and had this Batman car that, if a button was pressed, made noises and lit up. It was basically his favorite toy, so he played with it often. Then one afternoon, he came inside from playing out back and told us he found something. Naturally, my mom and I asked what it was. It was a picture of a young boy, in the form of one of those tags you get if your parents paid extra for school photos. The picture was dirty and full of wear and tear, even to the point you couldn't see the year it was taken. We thought, okay, some parent lost their kid's picture, no big deal. Then my brother said something that confused me. "That's Magnus," he said. I looked at him with a facial expression that basically asked him to repeat himself. He did. He pointed at the picture and said, "This is Magnus. He's my friend." I slowly nodded my head as if I knew who he was talking about. The main reason this confused me is because my brother didn't make friends easily, and he had no friends that I knew of. This Magnus only came up once we had moved. I shrugged it off and figured he'd made friends with the next door neighbors or something, and he somehow got the school picture as a keepsake. That night, around 2 a.m., when everyone in the house was asleep, I woke up to my brother talking. Naturally, annoyed, I walked into his room to tell him to go to bed or else he'd wake up our parents. It was weird because when I walked into his room, he was sitting up straight in his bed as if he was actually talking to someone and not just to himself or his toys. I told him to go to bed and went to bed myself. A couple of days later, my mom was talking to me about my brother and asked if I'd seen him get up at night. I said no, I'd woken up to him talking a few nights ago, but that was it. Why? She said he had been acting weird, but as usual, we both shrugged it off as him being a kid. Now, in my room, my bed was right across from my door. This meant if I turned over, I could see into the hallway right in front of me. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom, and since I was, and still am, very afraid of the dark, I left the hallway light on, knowing my dad would turn it off once he got up. I'd probably be asleep by then. I was lying in my bed, facing my door, when a sudden noise made me jump. It was my brother's damn Batman car making noises. I got up to tell my brother that he shouldn't be up this late playing. But when I got into his room, he was asleep in his bed, with the toy across the room on the floor still making noise. I walked over to it to turn it off and was finally able to go back to sleep. However, the following days, my brother wouldn't stop talking about Magnus. It was honestly starting to freak me out, so I went over to the neighbors' houses to the right and left of us. One house didn't even have kids, and the other was vacant. This started to worry me, but my dad said it was probably just an imaginary friend he came up with. I went along with it since I couldn't think of any other explanation. Almost every night, one of us, my mom, dad, or sister would say we heard my brother's toy making noise and had to go into the room to turn it off. I explained that I had to do it as well and once again brought up my brother talking to someone. One night, my dad swore up and down that the toy was probably motion activated. But when we bought it, there was no advertisement for motion activation. My sister and I were so unnerved by it that we started to sleep in my room together. I'm glad we did, otherwise, I'd probably write this off as a bad dream. My sister and I were talking, trying to keep each other calm and in good spirits, until we heard the dreaded noise of my brother's toy. We both looked toward my open door and into my brother's room, which was right across from mine. Our expressions turned to horror as we saw my brother's toy rolling past the door all on its own. We screamed and ran to our parents' room. They got mad at our brother, saying it was a cruel joke to play on us as we were already freaked out. What he said sent chills down my spine. It wasn't me. Magnus wanted to play. That night, the toy went into the trash, batteries taken out and all. My sister and I were relieved until the next day when my brother had the toy again. My parents accused him of getting it out of the trash, to which he responded, "Magnus got it for me." The toy was broken into small pieces and thrown away for the final time. My brother was obviously upset, but our parents got him a new Batman figurine, and everything was fine. It wasn't until about a week later, when we all felt that everything was okay now and that Magnus was gone, that something happened. My mom was cooking chicken breasts on the countertop with the George Foreman grill. She had come into the living room to ask us something, and then we all jumped as we heard a crash in the kitchen. We went in there to see the George Foreman grill halfway across the kitchen, as if it had been thrown. My mom swore it was nowhere near the edge, and my dad had no explanations. Nothing happened afterward, and we moved out about a year later. But to this day, I wonder if my brother's imaginary friend Magnus wasn't imaginary. It was a dark, cold night when I got the call for a food delivery. I work as a delivery driver for a small restaurant in town. This call was different. The address was far from the town, near the forest. I had never delivered food to that area before. I put the food in my car and started driving. The road was long and empty. There were no streetlights, only the headlights of my car cutting through the darkness. Trees lined both sides of the road, their branches reaching out like long fingers. The wind blew through the trees, making eerie sounds. As I drove further, the houses became fewer, and the forest became thicker. I checked the address again. It was a house at the edge of the forest. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I told myself it was just another delivery. After driving for what seemed like forever, I saw a small dirt road leading into the forest. The sign had the same name as the address on the order. I turned onto the dirt road. My car bounced over the rough path, and the trees seemed to close in around me. It was so dark that I could barely see a few feet ahead. Finally, I saw a small house at the end of the road. The house looked old and run down. The paint was peeling, and some of the windows were broken. There was a dim light coming from inside. I parked my car and took the food out. As I walked to the door, I noticed how quiet it was. There were no sounds of animals or insects, just the sound of my footsteps on the wooden porch. I knocked on the door. There was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still no answer. I felt uneasy. I looked around and saw no signs of life. I decided to leave the food on the porch and go back to my car. Just as I turned to leave, the door creaked open. A tall, thin man stood in the doorway. He had pale skin and dark, sunken eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He stared at me for a moment before speaking. I handed him the bag, and he took it without saying anything. I turned to leave, but then he gestured for me to come inside. I didn't want to go inside, but something in his eyes made it hard to refuse. I stepped into the house. The inside was just as old and creepy as the outside. The walls were covered in old wallpaper, and the furniture was covered in dust. The air smelled damp and musty. I sat down in a chair in the corner. The man disappeared into another room. I heard him talking to someone, but I couldn't make out the words. After a few minutes, he came back with another person. It was a woman, just as pale and tired-looking as the man. They watched me closely as I sat there. The silence was heavy, pressing down on me. I wanted to leave, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. They offered me some tea, which I accepted. The tea was bitter, and I struggled to finish it. They kept watching me, their eyes never leaving my face. I asked how long they had lived there. The man started talking about the house in the forest. His voice was low and monotone, and I found it hard to concentrate on his words. The woman just nodded along, her eyes never blinking. The longer I sat there, the more uneasy I felt. I noticed strange things about the room. There were old photographs on the walls, but the faces were blurred and hard to see. The furniture looked like it hadn't been moved in years. There was a heavy, oppressive feeling in the air. I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't move. My heart started to race. I looked at the man and the woman, but they just stared back at me with blank expressions. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The room started to spin, and the edges of my vision began to blur. Suddenly, everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the cold, hard floor. The room was dark, and the only light came from a small flickering candle in the corner. The man and the woman were gone. I struggled to my feet, my head pounding. I felt weak and disoriented. I stumbled towards the door, my heart racing. The door was closed but not locked. I pushed it open and stepped out into the cold night air. The forest was dark and silent. I made my way back to my car, my legs feeling like they could give out at any moment. I got into my car and started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness, and I drove back down the dirt road. I didn't look back at the house. I just wanted to get as far away from there as possible. As I drove back to town, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man and the woman following me. The road seemed longer on the way back, and every shadow looked like it was hiding something. When I finally reached town, I parked the car and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself it was just a strange, creepy experience, but deep down, I knew something was very wrong with that house in the forest. I never took another delivery to that area again. The memory of that night still haunts me, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I can still feel their eyes watching me. I'm not going to lie, I basically went to college to smoke weed and go to parties. My full intention was to do just enough to get by while partying as much as I could. Unfortunately, though, for me, I only applied to a few schools and was only accepted to one, a small college in the mountains of New Hampshire. It was very small, around 3,500 total undergrads, and I went not knowing anybody. On the first day, as I was skipping the ice-breaking games and other students were giving tours of the campus to their families before leaving, I wandered down a small path behind the cafeteria toward a small stream that I had noticed during the drive-in. I lit a joint, and I was just meandering around when I noticed another dude a little further down the stream that cut a straightish path through the trees. He was also smoking a joint, I assumed, at least by the way he was holding it. So I made my way over to see if I just made my first college friend and introduce myself. His name was Louis, and he seemed pretty cool. He was smoking some really nice herbs, so I figured I could get along with him. He only stood at about 5 feet 5 inches, and he was also a little stubby, but I remember noticing that he had a really weird laugh, like a nervous type. Whenever he laughed, he'd kind of look off to the side and then glance back at me from his peripheral vision. Yeah, I knew it was kind of weird back then for being the first time I'd met him, literally the first 30 seconds of introducing myself. But I just thought maybe he was socially awkward, had bad teeth, or who knows. I was taught not to judge, and he was otherwise normal. We ended up hanging out fairly frequently, playing video games, drinking, and smoking. But other people, especially in my dorm, didn't really seem to take to him, not that I really felt a strong connection with him. I didn't. It was a very superficial friendship built around drugs and debauchery, but I definitely got the sense that my other friends weren't comfortable around him. Then something weird happened that I've managed to successfully forget about until just very recently. My heart is pumping out of my chest just typing this. One weekend, my roommate was home for a visit, and Louis's roommate was having his girlfriend over, which basically implied in college terms that Louis was staying with me. It kind of just seemed automatic. We got trashed, smoked a ton, got pizza, and played video games. I was pretty out of it, and we were both sitting in desk chairs in my room, passing a bowl back and forth. When he handed the bowl to me, leaning toward me in his chair, he put his hand over my hand and casually in a low, steady voice said, "I'm going to kill you." Okay, so like I said, we were all sorts of up, but I was definitely freaked out a little. He'd never really been aggressive before, even at his most intoxicated, and he certainly never said anything like this before. I've never handled confrontation very well, so all I said was, "Dude, don't do that, bro," and I sort of just laughed it off. I tried to write it off as a drunk, stoned idiot playing too much Mortal Kombat. We had a bunk bed set up in the room since it was pretty small, and I was on the top. My roommate was a bigger guy and didn't want to have to climb down to pee in the middle of the night. We had both gone to bed, but my roommate had put up Christmas lights that we always kept on, strung along the ceiling. I'm half deaf, I should add, and when I sleep, I tend to roll onto my functioning ear to block out sounds or maybe muffle them in the pillow. This also means that I'm a pretty heavy sleeper. But sometime during the night, I woke up feeling a little nauseous and slowly opened my eyes. Louis was standing on the edge of the mattress, holding on to the side railings of my top bunk and staring directly at my face as I was sleeping. My eyes grew wide as I snapped awake and sat up. "What the hell, dude?" I said, backing up and bumping my head on the wall behind me. Then he turned his head and gave me that look from the corners of his eyes, the same smile and laugh that freaked me out the first day I met him. He was still holding the railings, standing on the mattress from the lower bunk, with his face lit in weird splashes of color from the Christmas lights. He took one hand from the railing, put his finger to his mouth while smiling and still looking at me sideways, and whispered, "Shoo," before hopping down and leaving the room. It was like 3 a.m., and I don't know where he went that night. I never told anyone about that, and I pretty much did my best to bury it and never think about it again. I avoided Louis for the rest of the year, making up excuses when he wanted to chill alone, but I did end up at the same parties with him a few times. We never talked about it, though. He never brought it up. I transferred to another school the following year, not because of Louis or anything, just financial reasons. I did manage to forget about that weird incident, but that was 15 years ago. I'm 33 now and recently got a call from my old roommate from the school in New Hampshire, who luckily remembered my very repetitive phone number. I actually made a song out of it that's really easy to remember, and I've never changed the number. "Man, remember that guy Louis that you used to hang out with at the dorms? He killed his 2 friends with a hunting knife and fishing line on a camping trip a year ago," he said. He said he was too screwed up to control himself, supposedly, and he was mixing his meds with booze and drugs. They said he just lost it. The thing that messes with me is wondering if he told them he was going to kill them like he did me, and that the last thing they saw was that sideways smile that I saw when I woke up that night. There's an abandoned motel called Crescent Hotel. It's been abandoned for well over a decade. I do a lot of solo urban exploration, sometimes at night. Crescent Hotel is located in Eureka Springs, and during the day it gets scorching hot, too hot to be walking around with my backpack, so I chose to go to the motel during the night. It was very easy to get to. I parked on the side of the road and walked over. There really was no fence or anything to hop over, and there was no security. It was one of the easier structures to get to that I've explored for sure. In the back was a really deep pool with a ton of graffiti. I shined my flashlight up at the actual motel and noticed half of the upstairs room's doors were slid open slightly or just completely shattered. It was kind of creepy looking, but also expected since the place had been abandoned for so long. Of course, other people have explored there. A part of the motel also looked like it had been engulfed in flames and partially burnt down. I looked around the outside for a little while. It was late at night, so there were no sounds of nearby passing traffic besides the sounds of my shoes stepping over various pieces of debris. At one point, my blood ran cold when I heard a voice from somewhere in the vicinity. It sounded like a female's voice. My first instinct in these scenarios is to assume it's some kind of security worker or somebody who may cause trouble for me, so I typically tend to walk out of sight and hide. That's what I did. I ran to one of the other rooms on the ground level and turned off my flashlight. I waited just a minute, and after hearing nothing, I turned it back on. I looked around this little room I was in. The walls were littered with graffiti. There was only one piece of furniture in here, a little dresser with 4 drawers on it and a dusty, dirty old mattress on the floor. I wondered if homeless people would come and sleep here, but honestly, it's just so far away from any real civilization that I doubted it. I left the room and continued around the motel. I would peek inside every little opening on the ground floor below the overhead walkway for the upper level rooms. Each room was pretty similar to the last, with different miscellaneous graffiti and writings on the walls and old dilapidated furniture. Then I heard a crash-type sound from above, like something falling over. I felt my heart skip a beat. I went back outside and pointed my flashlight up at the walkway above, at the broken glass doors. I felt a rush as I decided to go up there and check out the rooms. What I felt like deep down was that there was an animal in one of the rooms, but there's always that chance that you run into other explorers or perhaps a homeless person in places like this. I made my way upstairs and peeked into each room that I passed. They were all similarly furnished with junk, debris, old mattresses, and odd pieces of old furniture. As I walked further down the walkway, a banging sound became audible. It got louder as I continued to walk. It was a consistent, slow banging, like thump, 2 seconds, thump, 2 seconds, thump. Someone was here. I approached the door to the room I was positive the sound was coming from. As I got closer, it stopped. Uh-oh, maybe they heard my footsteps. I announced to whoever was in there that I'm just an explorer and I mean no harm. I peeked into the room with the flashlight now off. It was almost pitch black in there, but I'm 50% certain I saw the shape of a person a little further into the room by the back wall. The room smelled like straight feces. I pulled my head out from the room to look down at my flashlight and turn it on, but in a careful position to not point the light right into the room right away. I aimed it down at first at the floor, then peered into the room again and slowly pointed the light into the room. I saw 2 pale, bare feet approaching me fast. In a muscle jerk reaction, I pointed the light up more to fully reveal this woman with a bloodied forehead and yellow gunk on her mouth, which was hanging open. It was a sight from a nightmare. I was out of there so quick. I heard the woman screaming as I was running away, and her screams didn't get much further away, which told me she was chasing after me. I ran down the stairs and back outside. I ran the entire way back to my car. I wasn't followed this far. I called one of my good friends, Oliver, who's also into urban exploration. I had invited him to come with me originally to this place, but he was unable to. I told him what just happened. We came to a weird and disturbing agreement that the thumping I was hearing was that woman banging her head on the wall, hence why her forehead was so bloody. When I asked if I should call the police, kind of just thinking out loud, he said definitely not, as I'd be admitting to trespassing. I actually drove around the immediate area by the Taco Bell and a few stores looking for a payphone so I could anonymously call the police about this deranged, dangerous woman. But obviously, payphones are really a thing of the past, so it was just a pointless effort. What I ended up doing was calling the non-emergency number and reporting the deranged woman, but also claiming I was not the one to find her. Rather, I heard someone else had run into her. I was as vague as possible and hung up because I didn't want to stick around there. I don't know if the police eventually went to investigate, but whatever was wrong with that woman, she should have been in a psych ward or something. In all of my years of exploring, I'd never encountered anything like that. There's an abandoned motel called Crescent Hotel. It's been abandoned for well over a decade. I do a lot of solo urban exploration, sometimes at night. Crescent Hotel is located in Eureka Springs, and during the day it gets scorching hot, too hot to be walking around with my backpack, so I chose to go to the motel during the night. It was very easy to get to. I parked on the side of the road and walked over. There really was no fence or anything to hop over, and there was no security. It was one of the easier structures to get to that I've explored for sure. In the back was a really deep pool with a ton of graffiti. I shined my flashlight up at the actual motel and noticed half of the upstairs room's doors were slid open slightly or just completely shattered. It was kind of creepy looking, but also expected since the place had been abandoned for so long. Of course, other people have explored there. A part of the motel also looked like it had been engulfed in flames and partially burnt down. I looked around the outside for a little while. It was late at night, so there were no sounds of nearby passing traffic besides the sounds of my shoes stepping over various pieces of debris. At one point, my blood ran cold when I heard a voice from somewhere in the vicinity. It sounded like a female's voice. My first instinct in these scenarios is to assume it's some kind of security worker or somebody who may cause trouble for me, so I typically tend to walk out of sight and hide. That's what I did. I ran to one of the other rooms on the ground level and turned off my flashlight. I waited just a minute, and after hearing nothing, I turned it back on. I looked around this little room I was in. The walls were littered with graffiti. There was only one piece of furniture in here, a little dresser with 4 drawers on it and a dusty, dirty old mattress on the floor. I wondered if homeless people would come and sleep here, but honestly, it's just so far away from any real civilization that I doubted it. I left the room and continued around the motel. I would peek inside every little opening on the ground floor below the overhead walkway for the upper level rooms. Each room was pretty similar to the last, with different miscellaneous graffiti and writings on the walls and old dilapidated furniture. Then I heard a crash-type sound from above, like something falling over. I felt my heart skip a beat. I went back outside and pointed my flashlight up at the walkway above, at the broken glass doors. I felt a rush as I decided to go up there and check out the rooms. What I felt like deep down was that there was an animal in one of the rooms, but there's always that chance that you run into other explorers or perhaps a homeless person in places like this. I made my way upstairs and peeked into each room that I passed. They were all similarly furnished with junk, debris, old mattresses, and odd pieces of old furniture. As I walked further down the walkway, a banging sound became audible. It got louder as I continued to walk. It was a consistent, slow banging, like thump, 2 seconds, Thump, 2 seconds, thump. Someone was here. I approached the door to the room I was positive the sound was coming from. As I got closer, it stopped. Uh-oh, maybe they heard my footsteps. I announced to whoever was in there that I'm just an explorer and I mean no harm. I peeked into the room with the flashlight now off. It was almost pitch black in there, but I'm 50% certain I saw the shape of a person a little further into the room by the back wall. The room smelled like straight feces. I pulled my head out from the room to look down at my flashlight and turn it on, but in a careful position to not point the light right into the room right away. I aimed it down at first at the floor, then peered into the room again and slowly pointed the light into the room. I saw 2 pale, bare feet approaching me fast. In a muscle jerk reaction, I pointed the light up more to fully reveal this woman with a bloodied forehead and yellow gunk on her mouth, which was hanging open. It was a sight from a nightmare. I was out of there so quick. I heard the woman screaming as I was running away, and her screams didn't get much further away, which told me she was chasing after me. I ran down the stairs and back outside. I ran the entire way back to my car. I wasn't followed this far. I called one of my good friends, Oliver, who's also into urban exploration. I had invited him to come with me originally to this place, but he was unable to. I told him what just happened. We came to a weird and disturbing agreement that the thumping I was hearing was that woman banging her head on the wall, hence why her forehead was so bloody. When I asked if I should call the police, kind of just thinking out loud, he said definitely not, as I'd be admitting to trespassing. I actually drove around the immediate area by the Taco Bell and a few stores looking for a payphone so I could anonymously call the police about this deranged, dangerous woman. But obviously, payphones are really a thing of the past, so it was just a pointless effort. What I ended up doing was calling the non-emergency number and reporting the deranged woman, but also claiming I was not the one to find her. Rather, I heard someone else had run into her. I was as vague as possible and hung up because I didn't want to stick around there. I don't know if the police eventually went to investigate, but whatever was wrong with that woman, she should have been in a psych ward or something. In all of my years of exploring, I'd never encountered anything like that. The story is from a friend of mine, but I have his permission to post it here. He's told it on multiple occasions, and I swear to God it's one of the scariest stories I've ever heard in my life. It doesn't involve Bigfoot or ghosts or anything like that. It's a story of how reality can be way scarier than anything like that. For the longest time, he worked as a trail ranger at a large national park. A trail ranger is basically a ranger, only with considerably less judicial power. He can't arrest you or anything, but if you're in an illegal blind or hunting stand, he has the power to call in actual cops before ripping down whatever unlicensed hide you've constructed. So this one time, he's accompanying an actual forest ranger and taking down unauthorized hunting cameras and feeders. The actual ranger was an older guy who started to feel unwell towards the early afternoon, so he headed back on his own. It was like an hour's ride on an ATV and left my buddy to finish up. Just as he was almost done, my friend starts to hear voices coming through the trees. It's important to keep in mind that he was way off the beaten path at this point, so it's not like he expected there to be anyone around. But it occurs to him that these might be the people putting up the illegal cameras and blinds in the first place. He calls out to them, demanding to know who they are, but the voices just go quiet, and there's not a sound to be heard other than the occasional birdsong. It's also starting to get dark by that time, so he starts heading back towards the trail where his ATV is parked. When he finds it and tries to start it up, it won't budge. That's when he noticed that the ATV battery has been torn out and taken by someone, Not some prank by the older ranger. Someone has actually disabled his means of escape. The way he tells it, this obviously made him extremely nervous, especially since he'd already heard voices in the area. He radios back into the ranger station he's based at, basically telling them that they needed someone to come pick him up. They reply they'll have someone out to him within an hour, but when he asks about the older ranger, they tell him he hasn't arrived back yet. Again, this made him really nervous since the ranger should have easily arrived back by that point. He settled down and started a small fire as the sun went down, but before long, he heard those same voices again. They're not happy at all. He said it sounded like they were in the middle of a vicious argument, with one guy angry and yelling while the other sounded frightened and apologetic. He listens for a minute or two before calling out into the darkness, asking if anyone needed help. The way he tells it, they must have heard him. You could hear them, so they must have heard him in return, but they didn't react, like they were too absorbed with their disagreement to answer him. My friend then radios back into the ranger station for a progress report. They replied saying they were having a little trouble finding the trail he was on, but that they wouldn't be much longer. The older ranger, however, still hadn't arrived back at the station. About 5 or 10 more minutes go by when my trail ranger friend begins to hear the same angry voices start up again. He decides to walk towards them, hoping maybe he can prevent a potential assault and maybe even get his hands on some food and water. He walked in their direction, but the voices seemed to be getting further away no matter how much he tried to close in on them. Finally, after like 20 minutes of walking, he gave up and hiked back to his fire. It's about then that he got a radio call, and they said the older ranger guy has been found passed out, covered in vomit, having fallen from his ATV. He was being taken to the hospital, and that had taken priority over finding my friend. I mean, that's understandable, but my friend is getting kind of frustrated at this point. He's out in the woods on his own, and it's getting real chilly out. Then the voices came back. He's pretty bored at this point, and he's convinced these guys don't want any company. So he said he just sat there in the darkness listening to them argue over something. He's picking up little phrases here and there when the voices begin to shout things like, "Well, it wasn't yours to take," or "I don't care, it's mine," stuff like that. He says he assumed it was two hunters maybe arguing over a kill, but there was a good chance they were blaming each other for the missing equipment that my friend and the ranger had confiscated. He heard the argument get louder as one of the hunters shouted something unintelligible, then out of nowhere bang, a single gunshot echoes through the woods. He immediately doused his fire, ran a couple 100 meters into the trees, then hid in the thicket. He said he waited there for as long as he could stand it, hearing absolutely nothing but his own heavy breathing, until he saw the lights of an ATV. He told the guy picking him up everything that had happened, and they called into the ranger station. They had people looking for 3 hours out there, but not a single thing was found by any of the rangers. They came back the next day with state police and tracker dogs. It only took about an hour before a shallow grave was found. In it was a long-dead corpse of a man who had clearly been shot in the forehead. Thing was, it was a skeleton that had been there for years and years. So either the argument he heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home last night, or he heard the murder of someone from years ago. I don't really believe the last part, and to be honest, neither does he, but it certainly makes for a creepy ending to the story. But the really scary part for me is that there's every chance that the gunshot he heard that night was yet another murder, and that the body will be found in a similar way by some unwary ranger, like some horrible time loop that'll never end. This happened to me during my freshman year of college in 2018. I'm graduated now, but I often think about it during Halloween week. My college had crazy parties daily. I attended a big school, so there were always fraternity costume parties, and even the bars made people dress up. It gets pretty wild, lots of booze, lots of police, and lots of memories. This event happened to me on the Saturday of Halloween week. Our football team had a huge win that day, and my friends and I were going to this one particular fraternity off campus to celebrate the victory. We knew about this because one of my friends, Felicia, was dating a guy on the team. We got to the frat party around 11 o'clock, and things got pretty crazy. Everyone was getting drunk really fast, and we were all booing the school that we beat in different chants while the music blasted. I was taking shots and dancing with all my friends, having a blast. It's critical to note that my phone had died during this time. I had given it to Felicia to put in her purse. Later, I told my friends that I had to go to the bathroom and to wait for me by the DJ booth. We were all pretty intoxicated at this point. While I was in the bathroom peeing, I heard some frat brother in the house scream, "Cops," at the top of his lungs, and people started screaming and scrambling to get out of the house. I sprinted out of the frat house and was greeted by multiple cop cars and lights flashing. People were sprinting in different directions. Some cops were already talking to the frat brothers, while others were trying to catch underage people. In my intoxicated state, I realized I didn't have my phone. I started yelling out for my friends while avoiding the cops. Realizing I wasn't going to be able to find them in the crowd, I decided to start making my way home, even though I wasn't entirely sure how to get home. This frat house was pretty far off campus in a different part from other frats. I started making my trek home, and it was absolutely freezing, even though it was only October. It was like 37 degrees that night. I'm still heavily tipsy but conscious of everything around me. After a while, I knew I needed a break to warm up and hopefully sober up. I saw a building that looked like one of the academic buildings I'd heard about, so I approached it, opened the door, and stepped inside. It was pretty dark in there, but a few exit signs at different door entrances illuminated a decent portion of the inside. After 5 minutes, I started to sober up a little bit and realized I wasn't in an academic building. I was in a warehouse. I was much warmer, but I became nervous about the eerie feeling around me. I went to open the door, and a pit sank in my stomach. It was locked. How could it have been locked from the inside? I started to make my way towards a door near the exit sign. I pushed it open and went through, expecting it to lead me outside, but it led to another part of the building. This room was much smaller, illuminated by a low red light. There was a buzzing noise in the room from some machine. I could see chains hanging from the ceiling and steam in the room. I kid you not, it was like a typical horror movie scene. I went to turn around and go back through the door, but this door was also locked behind me. Sheer panic set in, and at this point, I was trying not to break down. I leaned up against the wall and slid down, silently crying. This is when I heard it, a door slam shut and footsteps. I instantly went silent and my eyes widened. I heard another door shut and more footsteps. They were getting closer to my area. I saw the door next to me, and as quietly as possible, I opened it and snuck through. I started wading through the hanging chains and the steam. I heard the door from the previous room open and the footsteps approaching. They were big, heavy footsteps. My fight or flight kicked in, and I came near a window. With all my might, I kicked it 5 times with my foot, shattering it. This was when I heard the feet running towards the door. I had maybe 10 seconds to spare. I leapt out the window, not even realizing that the other side of the building I was now on happened to be a high drop. I fell about 10 feet, landing on top of 2 recycling bins. I pushed myself off, shocked by the impact, and looked up at the window. It was shattered, and there was no one in the window frame. I dashed underneath some pine trees a few feet away, hiding myself in the shadows. When I looked back up, that's when I saw a figure looking out the window, looking in all directions for me. My whole body went numb with fear. As quietly as I could, I snuck across the street and ran. I ran for my life as fast as I could until I recognized the side of campus my dorm was on. I got back to my dorm, and my friends were waiting for me outside, panicked and freaking out. They told me I had been gone for almost 4 hours. The following day, I told them about my experience. My friends' mouths hung open as they listened to me talk. After further discussion, I discovered that it was a building that hadn't been used in several years. The pit in my stomach hit me again. Whoever was in the building wasn't a cop, he wasn't night security. This was some random person after me. It still makes me sick to this day. If I hadn't been quieter or thought as quickly, I could be dead. Even though I tried to find out information, nothing came up. It still remains the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not a big birthday celebrator. I'm not the type to make a big thing and invite all my friends out or throw a party. My close friends know this, so usually, I'll do something more low-key with my family or close friends. One year in particular, after I went to dinner with my family, 3 of my friends were texting me trying to make plans to go out and do something. Not out to bars or anything. We were only 19 at the time and didn't have fake IDs. My friend John has a Jeep, so he suggested we go night off-roading on one of the trails about a half hour from our houses. It was this really huge state park that had trails big enough to off-road on. He had done it before. Technically, you're not allowed to, but past dark, nobody's in those woods. Since my birthday's in July, the days are really long. It doesn't get pitch black until around 9 o'clock, and I'd say that was around the time we started heading over to the park. My friend Carol brought a bunch of weed, and my other friend Joey brought a handle of vodka to celebrate my birthday. The plan was to hotbox the car in the middle of the woods and just get really up. John wouldn't be partaking in the alcohol since he was driving, so Perez to start an hour. The entrance to the state park's parking lot would be coned off, but since there's no night security guards, it's easy to just get out and move one of the cones and drive around it. We just were on the lookout for any cops before entering the parking lot. Once we passed the entrance, there was a somewhat long stretch of a narrow one-way road with woods on either side, and then eventually it led to the big open parking lot, which also was surrounded by woods on 3 sides and then baseball fields and a playground on another. John knew exactly where to go to get to the trails, which were technically for walking, but they were plenty wide enough to drive on, according to him. We made sure there were no cops sitting in the parking lot before entering the trail, though. Once we were on the trail, John turned his brights on to have better visibility. Some parts of the trail were definitely very bumpy and tight, where he'd had to drive slowly to be sure not to scrape any trees or bushes on either side. The trails were not made for cars, after all, so caution was necessary. It was definitely fun at first, where the trail would open up, where there would be drops. The bumpiness of the ride made it fun, almost like an amusement park ride. Carol lit up the joint he rolled and started passing it around. When we were deep enough into the trails, John stopped the engine and turned off the headlights. We sat in the car with the music playing and the bottle being passed around. The music was pretty loud too, so when all of us thought we heard something from outside, we genuinely went silent and looked at each other. John turned off the music, and we all said basically at the same time, "What was that?" or "Did you guys hear that?" We all agreed it sounded like a high-pitched screaming. John turned the headlights back on, but we didn't see anyone in front of us. Still, we wanted to move out of that immediate spot, so he drove a little further down the trail. Once we stopped again, we agreed it might have been a female fox we heard. From here on, we hung out with the music a bit lower. We were just chilling, making mixed drinks. At one point, my friends sang me happy birthday really loudly as a joke. Eventually, I had to go pee, so I just got out of the car and took a few steps off the trail into the woods. Midstream, I heard what I swore were footsteps nearby. I cut it short and went back into the car, telling my friends I heard footsteps. John turned on his headlights again, and he and I, being in the front seats, were the first ones to scream when we saw somebody standing about 10 feet in front of the car on the side of the trail. It was a woman with her hood up. We expected her to do something, but she just stood there. John rolled down his window and asked, "You all right?" The woman then backed slowly into the woods until she was out of sight. It was at this moment that Carol in the back, somehow while zonked out of his mind, noticed something horrifying. I still remember the moment he said, "Guys, we're surrounded," and all of us started looking around in the woods, and there had to be at least 3 other people dressed in sweaters with the hoods up on different sides of the car, all looking at the car. Though mind you, this was not a cold night, it was the middle of July. They were all standing right off the trail in the woods. Carol in the back seat screamed, causing us to turn around and see a man standing right outside the back windshield looking in. The red glow from the tail lights created this creepy red glow in the guy's deadpan expression. I screamed, "Get us out of here, just go," and John listened. He put the car in drive and went as fast as he possibly could over the various rocks and bumps in the trail. We were all freaking out, and the way off that trail took way too long, but when we finally reached the pavement again through another exit of the dirt trails, I know we were all relieved. John, the most sober out of all of us, told the rest of us who were either drunk or really high that we're going straight home. We thought about whether those people were just a group of young adults hanging out deep in the woods like we were, but it wouldn't explain all of them just creepily staring at us, standing still, nor would it explain one of them standing directly outside the back windshield looking inside the car, or the fact that they were all wearing hoodies on a summer night. We also realized that scream-type noise we heard most likely wasn't a fox, after all, and probably had something to do with them. Either way, off-roading in those woods at nighttime was never an idea we floated again. This past October, I was talking to this girl I met at a party a month prior. For the purpose of the story, she'll be named Eva. We had been talking and hanging out like once a week for a few weeks. She wanted to do a bunch of October activities, so I came up with the idea that we go apple picking. She loved it, so we hopped in the car to take a trip to the nearest apple picking orchard, which was about a half-hour drive away, out of the suburbs and into the more rural part of the area. We live in Jersey, so there's an abundance of places to go, but I let her pick where. We were still about 20 minutes away, and we were driving down a scenic road with little to no traffic. We actually passed what appeared to be another apple orchard, so we turned down this dirt road up to a small wooden farm-like house. But there were no cars, no people, not even a little stand where people would go to pay to enter. It seemed it wasn't open for business, or maybe it just wasn't open to the public at all. The house was very poorly kept. It almost looked as though nobody lived there. As we walked around the property, Eva said she felt uncomfortable, so we got back in the car and continued the route to the originally planned destination. However, when we got there, this one was also void of people, though this one at least had a closed sign at the stand. I told her, what if we went back to that first orchard that looked almost abandoned and just go picking there? We'd have the whole place to ourselves. At first, she was hesitant, but I convinced her. So, I drove us back and found a low-key place to park on the grass by the woods. We walked through the crushing leaves on the dirt path. We were trying to be discreet, but that was out the window. There was a little wooden fence we had to hop, but it was easy. Once inside, we were hidden by the symmetrical rows of thick apple trees, but our feet were also covered in tall grass up to our shins. We started walking down the row of trees, filling the plastic bags we brought from my car with the best apples we could find. Though admittedly, there weren't many. There was a certain thrill in doing this, knowing we weren't supposed to. We had some fun with it. I was launching apples up in the air, and then I would start pretending like I was going to throw apples at Eva. She started screaming and running off, telling me to stop. She cut through a couple of trees to another row, and when I got to the other side, I didn't see her. "Where are you?" I said. She called back, "I'm picking my own apples," and she actually sounded like she was a few rows over. I apologized, laughing and telling her I'd stop, but she didn't answer. I spent a few minutes trying to find her, and suddenly, an apple landed right in front of me, which had been tossed from one of the rows nearby, and another one landed close by. I yelled, "Stop," because I was actually afraid of getting hit in the head. I ran through a couple of trees, and each row I'd pass, I'd look left and right, trying to find Eva. I went down this row, went through the first couple of trees I could fit through to get to the next side. I looked left, and I actually felt like my heart jumped up into my throat because there was some guy, a young guy like 18 or 19 years old, with long black hair to his shoulder, standing in the center of the row maybe 5 trees away from me. It looked like he had a slight smirk on his face. He didn't move, so I did. I squeezed through to the next row and then the next. Then Eva called my phone. I picked up in a hurry, whispered, "Where are you?" She sounded like she was in a panic. She said into the phone there was a creepy guy following her around. She tried talking to him, but he wouldn't say anything, and he looked like he wanted to hurt her, and her description of him matched the guy I just saw. I told her to meet me back at the car. I ran the way back, and Eva was already waiting at the car. We stopped to discuss what just happened, but Eva yelled, "There he is," and pointed in front of us. I looked, and I could see him. He was half hidden by an apple tree, could only see his left arm, left leg, and half his face. The way he was just creepily spying on us, I had to get us away. I did a 3-point turn off the grass onto the dirt road. We passed the decrepit barn-like house and got back on the road. We talked over possibilities. Maybe he lived there. We passed by a fruit stand on the side of the road with a few people working on it. Eva and I lost our apple bags, so we figured we'd at least stop here. We picked up some apples and berries, and I just had to ask them about the apple orchard down the road. The 2 ladies working at the fruit stand proclaimed nobody should ever go anywhere near there. The owner's son had killed his girlfriend and then disappeared. The body was found near the orchard in the forest. The dad still owns the orchard to this day, but he hardly ever returns and doesn't keep up with the place. We practically jumped in their faces as we asked them to describe the son, but they had never seen him and didn't know anything about him. We admitted to them that we went apple picking on the property and some creepy young man was following us. The 2 women said that it was best that we got out of there when we did. They also kind of scolded us for not calling the police. However, one of the ladies said she was going to warn the police. On the drive home, as Eva spoke to me about it, everything she said really went in one ear and out the other because I really thought to myself, we actually ran face to face with a missing murderer in an apple orchard. I still get chills wondering if that guy is still out there in that orchard. I love October and the months around it. Spooky season has always been my favorite time of the year. It was Halloween night, so my group of friends and I were really excited. We had been waiting for weeks for Halloween to finally come around. I was only 14, and all 4 of my friends were roughly the same age as me. We all ranged from 13 to 15 years old. This was like 10 years ago, but it's a story I still like to tell from time to time. My friends and I had been waiting for 7:30 to finally roll around so we could finally go out and walk around a neighborhood to get our candy. My parents were scolding me and my friends not to knock on the door or to trick or treat at all at one specific house. We didn't understand why, and I didn't really care, if I'm being honest. You know how teenagers are, it goes through one ear and out the other sometimes. I reassured her that I would make sure none of us went up to that house. To be honest with you, I didn't even know which house she was talking about. But I just pretended like I did so we could finally be on our way. I mean, every second of not trick-or-treating was another second we were wasting our time not getting any candy. Every year, we would always try to get the most candy as fast as possible. It was sort of a competition between my friends and me. We were finally off to the first house right next door. We were so excited that after only maybe 10 or 15 houses, we ended up splitting into 2 different groups. It was me, James, and Cecilia. Josh and Connor ended up doing their own thing for a bit, but we ended up running into them maybe 30 minutes later into the night. Anyways, usually I always listen to my parents, but honestly, I thought they were just trying to play a Halloween scare on me. What's the worst that could happen anyway? There's 5 of us total, and we'd be able to defend ourselves if anything were to happen. Whoa, look at that house, said James. Yeah, it looks really cool, we all agreed and headed over to it. It was like a smaller size Victorian-style house, so it was extra creepy on Halloween. And as we were all walking up the steps, wait, Cecilia said, that's the house your parents told us not to go to, a house on the end of Bay Street, and this is exactly what your mom described to us. Come on, let's turn around. Dude, are you kidding me? Stop being a pansy, I said. I've lived in this neighborhood all my life, it's not that big of a deal. What are you, scared? There was absolutely no light coming from the house at all. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous, but I was really curious, as we all were. We made our way up to the porch finally, and we were all cracking sarcastic jokes. We were talking about how it looked abandoned, that it's probably haunted, and how a demon is probably going to jump out and take Cecilia for being so scared. I knocked on the door, and we also yelled trick or treat. We waited. Hello. Trick or treat. Give us our candy, old man. Get the hell off my porch, the strange man said. Coming from inside. We all ran. Okay, yeah, I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, but I thought it would be funny if we came back a few minutes later to mess with him further. Yeah, thinking about this now, I know it was unbelievably immature, but I've grown up since then completely. We finished trick-or-treating, and I said my goodbyes to my friends. Josh ended up staying the night at my house, though. We thought it would be hilarious if we snuck out after my parents fell asleep and went back to that house. So that's what we did. On our way there, we were trying to figure out what to do. We didn't know what else to do other than ding-dong ditch the house, you know, where you knock on someone's door and run away and hide before they come out and find you. Yeah, I used to love doing that with my friends. This was more intense, though. This house had a crap ton of stairs we had to run down first before we could get away. Josh and I both counted 3, 2, 1, Then we both banged on the door at the same time like 5 times each and yelled, "Trick or treat," as loud and annoying as possible. We booked it down those stairs. I almost tripped and fell, but luckily I caught myself before I did. The strange man came out with a rifle and said, "You goddamn kids, y'all better not live to see another day." He pointed at us and actually shot. He shot like 4 or 5 times. He didn't land any of his shots on us at all, thankfully. We were able to walk away unscathed physically, but mentally, yeah, I think that screwed me up for life in some way. We ran home immediately, and we couldn't decide if we should tell my parents what happened. We both decided that we had to, even if it meant we would get in trouble. We told my parents everything, and they called the police. Police showed up and arrested the man, but the charges ended up getting dropped because he was deemed mentally insane. I was too young to understand then, but apparently, the old man living there was a retired Navy SEAL vet who had severe post-traumatic stress disorder and was in the beginning stages of dementia. Apparently, my parents kind of grew up around him because their parents knew him very well. My grandpa actually served with him in the Navy. The old man got sent to some sort of group home where he will live the rest of his life. My mom sent me to boot camp for the next 3 summers, and I was never allowed to go trick-or-treating again, nor was I allowed to hang out with Josh ever again. One of my close friends, Tom, was a really nice guy, super personable, and a really amazing friend. Everyone who met him loved him. His literal only flaw was the fact that he smoked heavily, like very heavily, at least a pack and a half a day. He was overweight and everyone was worried about him, that he would die early from lung cancer, and being overweight wasn't helping his chances. But he never listened to us. He was one of those guys that actually enjoyed smoking and how it made him feel. He'd always say, "Come on, guys, just let me live my life. I don't want to quit." It made me and the rest of his friends sad that he didn't value his life like we did. None of us wanted to lose him, sure, but we also wanted to see him succeed and have a family of his own one day. The event that occurred that has me writing this happened on a cold winter night in December. One of our mutual friends, M.O., was getting married, and of course, he invited Tom. He was always the life of the party wherever he went, since everyone knew and loved him so much. The only thing about this party was there was a very strict no smoking rule, as children would be in attendance and the other guests expressed not wanting to be in a cloud of smoke during this amazing day. Tom told me that he really wanted to go to the wedding and reception, but he was nervous that he wouldn't be able to last that long without a smoke and would feel embarrassed to leave because everyone would know what he was leaving to go do. Part of me was relieved to hear him say that because being embarrassed by smoking meant that maybe Tom had begun to dislike his smoking habit. It gave me hope that maybe one day soon he would quit. I tried to reassure him that everything would be okay, and worse comes to worse, he could sneak away for a quick smoke and be back before anyone noticed. I was trying to be supportive and not enabling, but I also know someone with a pack and a half a day habit isn't going to be able to last hours without getting nicotine withdrawals that would make his life just absolute torture. Tom snuck out a few times during the ceremony for a quick smoke, and it didn't seem to bother anyone. I felt for him. I was addicted to smoking for so long, and I knew how hard it was to quit or to try and go without them for a while. Things would change at the reception, though. It was being held at Vi's house, and it was in a very cramped part of town. Vi lived in a townhouse, and there was nowhere Tom could really go to sneakily have his cigarettes. He came to me, sweaty and worried, and told me that he was just going to have to leave if he didn't find somewhere to have a smoke. I didn't really know how to help him or what to say, but I did tell him this day was important and to find a way to stay and support his friend. He nodded, and then I watched as he walked out the front door. I had no idea that that would be the last time I or anyone else would see him alive. What I tell you next is what the police hypothesized happened to Tom. Tom exited Vi's house and turned right down the street. He walked about 100 feet where he found a small alleyway between two townhouses blocked by a gate. He must have thought that it would be a perfect place to have a smoke where no one at the reception would see him, so he pried open the gate and very carefully squeezed himself between the two buildings and closed the gate behind him to ensure that no one could see him. He stood with his back against one of the buildings, as he wasn't quite small enough to fit facing the gate. The space was just that small. He then took out his pack of cigarettes, slid one out, and lit it, placing it between his lips. Sometime during the process, Tom managed to drop his pack of cigarettes. Without thinking, he bent over to retrieve them. As he bent down, he became wedged between the walls of the two buildings. He was stuck with the top portion of his body almost upside down since he was bending down to reach for his pack of cigarettes. In his position, his chest was pressing against his legs as he slid further down the wall toward the ground, only becoming more and more stuck with each passing minute. It's said that even if he wanted to call out for help, there's no way that he could have with his chest being restricted while in the position he then found himself in. Eventually, his cigarette escaped from between his lips, fell onto one of his legs, and burnt a hole in his pants. It didn't take long for Tom to suffocate to death with his weight crushing his own lungs. It became impossible for him to take a breath. He told no one where he was going, and everyone at the reception, including myself, just assumed that he had left without saying goodbye. It was out of character, but sometimes people just act out of character. Tom was capable of taking care of himself, and he wasn't the person people usually worried about. He was just one of those guys that seemed to have the best luck. After a few days of no one hearing anything from Tom, I called the police. A search was conducted near Vi's house, as that was the last place he was seen, and his body was eventually found in that same position in that small alleyway. He had almost completely frozen from being out in the cold for almost 3 days and nights, and it was a big ordeal trying to get him out. His mom was called to identify the body even though we all knew it had to be him. We were horrified, of course, and mourning Tom was one of the hardest things any of us had ever had to do. We expected smoking to maybe kill him one day, sure, but not in the way that it had. The guilt I carry is extreme. I should have told him that it was okay for him to go home if he was having a hard time, and it would have saved his life. His funeral was packed with all the people who loved him. We shared stories about his life and how great of a person he was. I just still can't help but think maybe he'd still be here if we never shamed him so much for smoking. This is a story that happened a few years ago when I was working as an Uber driver. I worked countless hours picking up random clients and bringing them to their respective destinations. I quite frankly enjoyed my job as I got to meet new people every week and sometimes got to engage in conversation about their personal life and whatnot. I was a pretty social guy, so this was a common thing. Well, for the most part, anyway. The job wasn't always sunshine and glam, as some people just brushed me off and strictly wanted to be driven without any small talk. I remember this one Saturday night. I had parked my car close to the club district as it was the hot spot for Uber drivers trying to get the most amount of clients possible. Most individuals around this side of town were usually intoxicated and were just fetching for a ride home. I remember driving about several different individuals throughout the night and got tipped pretty decently each time. The time was roughly 1 a.m. when I decided to park my car curbside near the district once more and hopefully drive one last client home before calling it a night. That's when a girl abruptly appears face first on my driver's side window, cupping her hands around her eyes as if she was trying to look at me or something inside my car. To be honest, I was a little taken aback, as my car didn't have its windows tinted, so seeing her nosily peep inside my car was rather bizarre, to say the least. Ma'am, can I help you?" She just stared at me and then said in a frantic voice, "Please drive me." "Ma'am, is everything okay? Please just take me home. I'm begging you. Let me inside your car, sir." The woman relentlessly pleaded for me to take her home, as the tone in her voice gave off an impression that sounded wretched and distressful. "Ma'am, I can't take any clients unless she requested a ride through the Uber app. I need a ride now. Please open the door, I'm begging you." Okay, I'll drive you." That's when the lady hops in the passenger seat and directs me to drive on the freeway. I knew driving her would be a huge risk, as it went against Uber's policies and also my moral values of picking up random strangers without the security of the company's app. I couldn't help but draw my attention towards the lady. It was honestly difficult driving, as I couldn't help but glance over in her direction through my peripherals. "Ma'am, is everything okay? Do you need me to call the cops at all?" No, 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 no. She just kept repeating that word while hyperventilating like she was borderline about to experience an anxiety attack. "Ma'am, you're really scaring me. Are you sure everything is all right? Just get off at this exit and keep driving. Ma'am, where are you taking me? The road ahead is just nothing but forest preserve according to my GPS. Do you live outside of town or something? And how are you going to pay? I already said I was going to withdraw money from an ATM, so just shut up and keep driving." Okay. I have honestly never felt so much fear in my entire life than this particular moment. I was convinced that the woman had to be mentally ill or delusional to some degree with the weird behavior and antics. There was about a 5-minute awkward moment of silence as I kept driving through the one-way streets surrounded with hordes of trees and forests. "Hey, can you pull over here? I just have to pee really, really bad." I then slowed the vehicle down and eventually made a stop to the side of the road as the woman got out and began to sprint towards the forest to do her business. That's when I began to play the waiting game while casually texting my fiancé regarding the situation. As I was looking at my cell phone, I could see my car began to illuminate with light shining from the back of my car. A car had just pulled up and oddly parked right next to the rear end of my vehicle. I then saw a hooded man get out of the passenger side and sprint towards the forest. I began to scream, "Hey! Hey! What the hell are you doing?" That's when I got startled by another man who abruptly slammed his hand against the driver's side window of where I was sitting. He then said, "Where is she? Where is she, you little rat?" "I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm just a Uber driver. I saw her get inside your vehicle." That's when I saw the hooded man drag the woman out of the forest while covering her mouth with one of his hands. I could visibly see and hear her muffled cries for help while she was forcibly getting dragged into the back seat of their vehicle. The man by my window then sprinted to the vehicle and immediately drove off into the distance. I began to dial 911 while attempting to chase the vehicle, but unfortunately couldn't keep up as they aggressively sped away. I then pulled over to the nearest exit and waited for the police to show up. About 15 to 20 minutes later, the cops showed up and I began to file a police report. When I was asked about any information regarding the vehicle, I almost wanted to rip all my hair out as I failed to get the simplest information, which was getting the man's driver's license. I still think about that incident every time I'm on the road now. All I can hope for is that the woman ends up returning home safely and that those guys end up getting caught so that justice could be served. I ended up filing a report to Uber and even went as far as to set up a dash cam in my vehicle just in case I get involved in any disturbing situations in the future. I just hope that I never encounter another stranger like that again. My family is very religious. I have a wife and a daughter named Cassie. We attend church every Sunday and say our prayers before bed every night. That's just how I grew up. My entire family is like that, even my cousins, aunts, and uncles. Every weekend, we would all get together and pray for each other and for what was going on around us. We didn't think about it too much, it's just what we did. Everyone in each of our households was raised the same, and it's how I was raising my daughter. All the parents in the family would enroll their kids in Catholic schools, and I did the same. I pushed Cassie to go to the local priest classes just like everyone else in the family. We were very big on tradition. I did what my parents did, and they did what their parents did. I didn't think about it too much, and the priest always seemed very friendly. Everyone in the church was pretty chill, honestly. I would take my daughter and a few of the other kids in the family to the priest classes twice a week. It started out fine, but before long, something unusual started to happen. Every time I dropped Cassie off, she would start to cry. The other students would do the same. I just figured it was because they'd rather be playing outside. Something about the way they cried seemed strange. It was like they were scared as hell in the church. I didn't think too much of it at first. This was around the time The Conjuring came out, so the older folks assumed it was due to the film and all the scary nuns in the movie that all the kids were freaking out from. Honestly, I would have just let my daughter stop going to the classes, but I knew how the rest of my family would react. I just followed the traditions and figured Cassie would grow out of this scared phase she was in. The problem was, she was also having nightmares every night about some monster. She wouldn't really tell me what they were about, but I could tell they were always the same. That probably wasn't helping with the situation. For the longest time, it kept being the same thing. Each time I dropped Cassie off, she would be scared out of her mind. There was nothing I could do to console her. She acted like I was dropping her off to see Pennywise. That's how bad it was. Then, after I picked her up, she would be so quiet and stay in her room drawing all day. She barely responded when I spoke to her, and every night she would have nightmares about the same monster. This went on for a while. One day later on, I picked up Cassie from the church, and she was even worse than usual. "Hey, how was class? Did you learn anything new?" She didn't say 2 words to me on the way home, and when we got there, she practically sprinted up to her room. Once again, she drew pictures for the rest of the day. She would never show me what she was drawing either. I asked her about it once, and she told me, "They're not for you." I was really starting to think that something strange was going on. I knew I had to do something. One night, while Cassie was at class along with the other students, I decided to see what she had been drawing. She always hid the drawings after she finished them, so I never had the chance to see them before, but this time I was determined to find them. I looked in the usual hiding places. I looked under her bed, in her drawers, and under the mattress, but I couldn't find the drawings anywhere. I searched her room for a good 15 minutes until I found a huge stack of papers inside a big book on her shelf. They were all drawings. There must have been 100 of them. When I started looking through them, they creeped me the hell out. They were all of a monster-like figure hovering and creeping over a lying figure. The pictures varied slightly in the colors and surroundings, but they were all basically the same. Every single one had the same large stooping figure with a strange flowing body. It reminded me of a huge vulture staring down at its next meal. I figured these must all be the pictures of the monster from her nightmares, and I didn't blame her for being scared. They drew chills. I couldn't believe that they were my daughters. I kept looking through the pile of papers until I noticed something that scared me even more. There was a familiar-looking shape in the upper right corner of one of the drawings. When I looked at it more closely, I realized it was a cross. I had no idea what a cross would be doing in all of these drawings of a monster, but then I noticed there was a cross in every single one of the drawings. I couldn't believe it. The cross obviously symbolized the church, and it was all over Cassie's drawings of a monster. I didn't know what to think, but once I saw the cross, then everything else in the picture started to make sense, and the monster looked like it was wearing the robes of a priest. After the initial shock, I called the police. I'm calling about a priest in my church. The priest was arrested soon after. Since then, no one has heard anything about it. I think the church tried to cover it up, but I'll tell you this much. No one in my family enrolls in the classes conducted at that church anymore. This story was inspired by an incident that happened in 2016. A victim had repeatedly expressed that they no longer wanted to be a part of attending a priest's classes after constantly displaying the same behavior. The victim was removed from the classes, but what makes the story more disturbing was the discovery of 6 bizarre drawings hidden amongst the victim's books. Here's an image of the first one, here's an image of the second one. The drawings are pretty bizarre and downright terrifying, as it looks like a monster-like figure hovering over someone. After disclosing the drawings to law enforcement, it later led to the arrest of the 54-year-old priest. One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school and in my third-hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For the story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. He would teach for a bit in the beginning, and then the end of class would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our assignment, and I got done early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass, and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in, and I unpaused my music. Then, I started walking through the empty hallways to the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there were probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher wasn't there. She probably didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where 2 hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize. He clearly wasn't a teacher, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead, and when I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. When I got back to the hallway where I had last seen him, he was gone. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside. I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside, but when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw that the person was a ways down the hallway once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking right at me. He turned and started walking in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while and then took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs, though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me that the school was under a lockdown, and they were searching for a suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about 15 more minutes, and then it ended. We were let out, and by then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown, though, because my headphones were in and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. I live in a pretty basic suburban town on Long Island, New York. My girlfriend Valerie and I recently started renting a small house, perfect for 2 to 4 people. We have a decent-sized backyard, and our house is on a very quiet street. One side of our house has a water drainage basin, as the county calls it, which is just a bunch of trees surrounding a sump. On the other side is our neighbor Neil, who lives with his wife. They're a bit older, in their 60s, and quiet. Then directly across the street is a little patch of woods that's in front of another water drainage basin. So for people who like privacy out front, our house is perfect. But then there's the backyard. Neil's house is blocked off by some bushes that the landlord planted years ago, so besides the house directly behind us over the fence, there are no other houses that could see into the yard. However, that one house looking into our backyard was all it took to genuinely make Valerie and I uncomfortable. As I'm writing this, it's currently the fall, so we've been doing fall cleanup the past few weeks in the front and backyard. I started noticing that any time we were out there were these two people standing at the upstairs window of the house behind us. It was a middle-aged man and woman. When I'd look up to that window, they'd keep looking and watching me. It got really uncomfortable to the point we pretended not to notice it, but we could only stomach doing this for so long. The leaves kept falling day by day, and the fall cleaning would need to continue. Valerie wouldn't want to be in the yard anymore because she was getting so creeped out at those two people who would watch us out the window without fail. So one foggy day while raking, I looked up at the window and once again, the two were standing at the big rectangular window. I decided to wave at them to see if they'd wave back. After a few seconds of smiling and waving, they didn't move. No reaction, but I could feel their stares and I could see their eyeballs looking at me. I turned away from the window and tried to continue raking, but after sneaking a peek back at the window a couple of minutes later and seeing them still there, I felt too awkward and weird being out there. I went inside. Valerie said we should go over and introduce ourselves. At first, I was hesitant about that, but I was persuaded to walk around the block with her to that house and ring the bell. We expected one of those people at the window to answer the door, but instead, the door cracked open just enough to see half of a person's head. It didn't look like either of those people who were always at the window. It was also super dark in the house to the point that it looked incredibly ominous and uncanny staring at half of that person's face. This guy looked a lot younger, like in his 22-year-old. Valerie and I tried to be friendly and introduce ourselves. The guy seemed very closed off though and not interested in speaking. He had a very, "what do you need" type of attitude about him. When I asked if he lives with anyone else here, like his parents, he said no. I mentioned the man and woman who were always at the window upstairs, and the guy on the other side of the door said he doesn't know who I'm talking about. Valerie and I felt really unsettled, so we just left. But weirdly, as we walked down the walkway back to the sidewalk, I noticed the guy behind the door was still peering half of his face through the cracked open door. I'm sure he watched us walk away until we were out of sight. That interaction was weirder and creepier than we were expecting. When we got back home, I went upstairs to our room. The upstairs of our house is only our master bedroom and the bathroom. It has two windows. One of the windows looks over to that house over the fence. I looked out the window to see those two people looking out the window again, and even at this distance, I felt like they were staring right at me. I shut the blinds and went down to tell Valerie. We agreed it was time to plant some arborvitaes to block their window from view. The only problem is it's already the fall, and it's too late to plant any kind of trees. We have to make it through winter. After a few days of not looking outside the bedroom window or going into the backyard, one night we heard a strange knocking sound from downstairs. I told Valerie to wait in bed while I went downstairs. The knocking got louder, and I quickly discovered it wasn't the sound of knocking on one of the doors, but rather on the glass of one of the backyard windows. The blinds of it were, of course, shut because we didn't want those creepy people looking into our living room at night. I approached it, and yes, it was 100% a fist knocking on the glass. I considered saying, "Who's there?" but I froze, and I was too scared. Instead, I flicked on the backyard light, and then the knocking stopped. I didn't even want to look out the window or door. I kept the light on and then went back upstairs to my room where I told Valerie about the creepy knocking. But I claimed that I chased whoever it was away. I exaggerated in fear of sounding like a coward. I also didn't want her to worry. We both imagined it to have been something to do with that house though. Nothing has happened since, but I'll have to update throughout the winter. Update: it's been 2 weeks, and we haven't seen those people at the window ever since. But last night, we heard yelling and screaming from that house. I had to open our window, and it became clear there were muffled yells coming from that house. The fact that we heard it through 2 sets of closed windows just goes to show how loud the yelling was. Then, out of nowhere, it just stopped and went quiet. We almost called the police, but ultimately didn't. I'll update again if anything else happens, but we're really getting creeped out here now. I was too young to remember what the house originally looked like. Mom showed me pictures taken with the old couple standing out in front of it a few times. The husband passed away in early 1995, and with no one left around to help her day to day, his wife sadly had to go off to a nursing home. By most accounts, they were a much-loved part of the neighborhood. With their loss, there seemed to come a rapid decline in its fortunes. The sell-offs were gradual at first. Before anyone caught on, almost 20% of the homeowners had moved on to greener pastures. Not all of those owners sold outright. A small group decided to hold on to their properties and rent or lease them out. This unfortunately began to attract tenants of a much lower income level. In a matter of a few short years, the neighborhood had sunk so low that only a handful of those original families from 30 years before were still around. Those that replaced them rarely stayed longer than 6 months at a time, and the damage they managed to do in that period was often things that couldn't be fixed with a little drywall and sod patches. I think I was around 13 or so when I began to notice how bad things were. It wasn't out of the ordinary to see open deals, and shootings had become commonplace. The last few remaining original families were far from happy with the way things had turned out, but there wasn't much they could do. Most of them were older couples, previously unfamiliar with any form of crime. Once the drug dealers moved into the old couple's house, the remaining law-abiding citizens feared for their futures. After the couple's deaths, the house was left to one of their children. They had rented it out for the first few years, but when the tenants destroyed it one too many times, they sold it off to a young family. The new owners took the time to renovate the house only to put it back on the market within the year. They were good people and weren't prepared for the dangers ahead of them. The current homeowners are largely a properly invested company. They managed to rent it out once or twice, but by the time the dealers began squatting, it had been empty for over 2 years. Although most of the old families had moved on, there were still enough left to be angered by the dealers' actions. The old couple had been loved so much that the very idea of drugs being dealt out of their home was sacrilegious. It was bad enough that the neighborhood had been turned into an open-air drug market, but turning a house, especially that one, into a crack den was a step too far. At first, a few of the men on the street asked the gang to move somewhere else. Their pleas fell on deaf ears and were answered with curse words and certain finger gestures. They tried calling the police, but by the time officers arrived, no one would be present. The strategy didn't do anything other than anger the squatters. They got their revenge one night when they caught Mr. Jerry, my friend's dad, with his guard down. He had gone out to put a letter in his mailbox when the dealers pounced on him. It was initially just a beatdown, but when he tried to fight back, he was pistol whipped almost to death. This ended up being the final straw. The gang wouldn't see what was coming, and after it was all over, they would cease to ever be a problem again. My friends and I began to notice our parents acting extra strange, sneaking off to talk and going mum the second we approached them. Things went down a few weeks later. Early one morning, at around 4 a.m., I was awakened by sirens and lights from across the street. When I rushed to the window, I got there just in time to see the roof of the dope house collapsing in flames. The fire department did their best, but the house was completely consumed by the time they arrived. I noticed my folks were already out front watching, which seemed odd. I joined them and the rest of the neighborhood on our lawns to take in the festivities. I don't remember there being a single person upset to see the house go. After the attack on Mr. Jerry, the house went from being a beautiful symbol of a greater time to a den for dangerous animals. The fire had burned itself out by dawn, and that was when they began to bring out the bodies. 6 in total lost their lives in the fire. The smiles on many of the men's faces struck me as a little cold, but given the trouble they'd had, I couldn't blame them for being a bit happy. I was still shocked to see what came next. The arson investigation began within days. The suspicion among most of us was that it was electrical or the result of a lit cigarette. It eventually turned out to be a blatant arson. The evidence showed several trails of accelerant around the outside of the house. A few investigators traveled around the neighborhood asking each owner if they had seen anything suspicious. No one had, or so they claimed. One incident still sticks with me today. I overheard my parents speaking to the investigator. My father mentioned more than one attack upon the house by an opposing gang. The problem is, I don't recall the gang ever having trouble with anyone but the neighbors. I have since come to form my own opinions on the fire's cause. By the end of this month, the case was closed and ruled an arson attack from a competing drug gang. A demolition company came along right before Christmas and leveled the remaining structure, and that was in 2017. The lot has been empty since then. The neighborhood, while not as good as it supposedly once was, is a happier place without the dealers. While the drug trade continues in the surrounding area, our neighborhood has remained rather quiet. As I grow older and think of starting my own family, I am of the opinion that the fire could be seen as a sign of better things to come. Maybe the way it was done shouldn't be so important. I was in bed one night, feeling tired from a long day at work. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was ready to fall asleep. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight coming through the curtains. The quietness of the house was comforting. I lived with 2 housemates, Bernice and Lionel, but they were both out for the night. Bernice had gone to visit her parents, and Lionel was at his girlfriend's place. I was looking forward to having the house all to myself. As I was drifting off, I heard a soft creak from the hallway. My bedroom door was slightly open, and I saw a shadow moving. I figured it was just one of my housemates coming back early, but then something strange happened. The door slowly opened wider, and a head popped in. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could make out the shape of a person. They looked at me for a moment and then quickly pulled back and shut the door. I was more annoyed than scared. They didn't even knock. I decided to get up and see who it was. Maybe Bernice or Lionel had forgotten something and came back. I turned on my bedside lamp, which cast a warm glow in the room, and walked to the door. When I stepped into the hallway, it was completely silent. The house felt empty. I called out, "Bernice, Lionel," but there was no answer. I checked the living room and the kitchen. The lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone. I felt a chill run down my spine. Where had they gone? I went back to my room and grabbed my phone. I texted Bernice first. "Hey, are you home? I thought I saw you a few minutes ago." A few minutes passed with no reply. Then I texted Lionel, "Are you here? I think I saw someone again." No response. I started to feel uneasy. I decided to check the front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. I went to the back door, which was also locked. My mind was racing. If both doors were locked, how did anyone get in? I walked back to the hallway, feeling more nervous with each step. I stood in the hallway, looking around, trying to figure out what to do. Maybe I had imagined it. I was tired, and my mind could have been playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. I decided to check every room just to be sure. I started with Bernice's room. The door was closed, and when I opened it, everything was in its place. Her bed was made, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I moved on to Lionel's room. His door was also closed. I opened it and saw his usual mess of clothes and books, but nothing suggested someone had been there recently. Feeling more anxious, I checked the bathroom and the small storage room. Both were empty. I was starting to doubt myself. Maybe it was just a shadow or my imagination. I went back to my room and sat on the bed. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was nothing, but then I heard it again, a soft creak coming from the hallway. My heart started to race, and I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I turned off my bedside lamp and listened carefully. The house was so quiet that I could hear my breathing. The creaking sound grew louder, like someone was slowly walking down the hallway. I wanted to get up and check, but fear kept me frozen in place. Suddenly, the door to my room opened slightly, just like before. I could see the shadow of a person standing there. This time, I didn't wait. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I pointed it at the door, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty. I felt a knot in my stomach. Something was very wrong. I decided to call Bernice. I needed to hear her voice. I dialed her number and waited, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried Lionel next. The phone rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. I left a message, my voice shaking. Lionel, if you get this, please call me. I think someone's in the house. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to call the police and look foolish if it turned out to be nothing, but I also didn't want to stay in the house alone. I decided to wait in my room with the door locked. I pushed a chair against the door for good measure and sat on my bed, holding my phone tightly. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, listening to every little noise. I kept the flashlight on, pointing it at the door. I kept thinking about the head I saw, the way it looked at me and then disappeared. Who was it? What did they want? Finally, I heard a familiar sound, the front door unlocking. I jumped up, my heart pounding. I heard Lionel's voice calling out. Relief washed over me as I rushed to the door, moving the chair aside and opening it. I found Lionel standing in the hallway, looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked. I told him everything about the head, the sounds, and how scared I was. Lionel listened carefully, then checked the house again with me. We found nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there. "Maybe it was just your imagination," Lionel said, trying to reassure me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even after Lionel went to his room and I tried to go back to sleep, I kept hearing those creaks and seeing that shadow in my mind. I never found out who or what it was that night, but from then on, I always made sure to lock my door and keep a light on. Before getting into today's stories, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. When my dad was a bit younger, he got into a serious car accident that left him with a few injuries. The other driver was at fault completely, and while the other driver's insurance covered the damages, my dad still suffered major pain and suffering. At the time, he never considered hiring a lawyer because the prospect of it was daunting. But little did he know, he could have had a lawyer fighting for him without getting off his couch. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all from the convenience of your phone. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, having over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers, with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with them is so easy that it's more like using an app rather than hiring a lawyer. In fact, it could even be compared more to ordering takeout than hiring a lawyer. In just 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. For more information, go to forthepeople.com or dial #law, which is £529 from your cell phone. My friend Kyle has a 27-footer center console boat. In the summer, he's the go-to friend to have for boat days since none of our other friends have a boat. I'm not a boat expert by any means, but my friend has some kind of radar on his boat that warns of any kinds of land masses, shallow waters, and other boats. So with that, we're able to stay out on the boat past dark sometimes. The boat can fit like 8 people comfortably. This was on a hot summer day in mid-July. Kyle took 5 of us out on the boat just to drink in the bay. Then, hours later, he took us to some waterfront bar restaurant where we docked the boat, ate, drank, and chilled out for another few hours. We had an abundance of spiked seltzers in the cooler still, and it was a Friday night, so after leaving the restaurant, Kyle took us back to the middle of the lagoon where we cruised slowly with music blasting the whole time. Kyle doesn't really drink, so it works out that he's the one with the boat, and he just enjoys boating us around without having to drink. We passed by the lighthouse on the barrier island. We all had this conversation about how there's something so liminal and creepy about lighthouses at night. Kyle cut the engine, and we just floated in place for a while with the music still playing as everyone talked. I was kind of mesmerized by the lighthouse, finding myself looking at it over and over. I think because I was so drawn away from the conversation that was being had that I was the one to pick up on a screaming voice from the distance. I said, "Yo, cut the music," a bunch of times before whoever was on AUX paused it. I said I heard a scream from the distance. We were currently floating next to an island that sat in the middle of the mainland and the barrier islands. We sat in silence for a few seconds as we bopped around, and sure enough, I was right. There was a woman screaming for help coming from that island. We all looked at each other, and I could see the horror on my friends' faces. The screams were absolutely coming from the island. We were too far from both the mainland and the barrier island for it to be coming from there. We yelled back as loud as we could, and the woman's voice called back, "Help." We all screamed, "Where are you?" and the woman's voice called back, "I'm being followed." Communicating like this was hard as we could barely hear each other. One more time, we called, "Are you on the island?" and she screamed back, "Yes." Kyle started the engine without hesitation and started bringing us over to the island. He anchored us when we were close enough to the shore of the little island. All 6 of us got off the boat and started looking around and calling for the woman. This matter became a lot more concerning when she said, "I'm being followed." The island wasn't that big. And with 6 of us walking around with flashlights calling for her, surely we would have found her. On the opposite side of the island, suddenly we heard a blood-curdling woman scream, sounding like it was partially muffled. My friends and I all yelled at each other to meet on that side of the island. We all ran as fast as we could. I ran through painful brush barefoot, and by the time I got to the other side of the island, my feet were bleeding, but there was no one here. I met my friend Kyle and Jake, who were already there, and they said they heard the sound of a boat motor driving away. There was also a fresh wake in the water, clearly from a boat that just left, but it was too dark to see anything deeper into the water. I called 911 and reported this so that Bait Patrol could be on the lookout for any mysterious boats with its lights off. A Bait Patrol boat came to Kyle's boat where we anchored, and we all frantically told the 2 officers aboard what just happened. They walkie-talkied too. I'm sure, every other boat on duty, and it became a whole manhunt. I don't think the boat was ever found, though, because it didn't end up on the news or anything. All I know is there was no one on that island by the time we searched it. We were all so freaked out about this that Kyle brought the boat back to the marina, and we all just ended up chilling in his backyard, talking about what happened. To this day, we still don't know what that was about. There were no news articles of missing women as far as we knew. Was it some kind of kidnapping, or was it a group playing some prank? I don't think we'll ever know. When I was 18, I was very immature and naive. I was kind of a jerk when I was on the road, honking whenever I got impatient, borderline cutting people off. Looking back now, it was very stupid. If I ever have kids, I'll be that much more strict with them as far as their driving. That being said, I did drive a lot for someone my age. I went away to school 5 hours away from home. No matter what day of the week, traffic always gets atrocious the closer I get to home. So during breaks, I'll drive home at night to avoid this. What goes from a 4 to 5 hour drive down to a 3-hour drive? It was the beginning of winter break as the fall semester just ended. All my friends left for home on the same day. I just waited till later on in the night to head out because there's nothing I hate more than traffic. I used to drive a Mazda 3 that I would beat the ever-living crap out of, and admittedly, I used to be known for driving my car to a near-empty tank consistently. People would comment on it whenever they'd be in the car with me, and I'd always assure them that the car would still have at least 30 miles to go even after the needle would hit E. I found out the night I was driving home from school that I was wrong. I was only like an hour into my drive on the interstate. The needle was on E, and I was pushing my luck waiting for a gas station sign instead of looking up the nearest one on the map. The car started making these weird sounds suddenly and jolting, and that's when I realized I may have actually run the tank empty this time. I got off the first exit ramp and hoped it would lead right to a gas station. This exit was dark though, with no street lights, and there were just woods on either side. I was scared to slow down and lose my speed because I didn't know if I'd have enough gas to find a gas station. I blew through the stop sign at the end of the ramp and made a sharp left turn on the intersecting road, which was another dark road surrounded by woods. I was screwed. The car eventually came to a stop, and the engine died. Things only got worse when I took out my phone and saw I had no bars. I have T-Mobile, which is the worst possible reception anywhere far from a major city. I tried calling 911 because I was stupid and thought that 911 works even without reception. Of course, it didn't. I was terrified because I didn't know what to do. I turned on my hazard lights and just waited for someone to pass by. It was a long time before I saw headlights approaching. When I did, I flashed my headlights at them, and they passed me, made a U-turn, then pulled up on the grass behind me. I didn't know who was getting out of that car, though, and I was an 18-year-old defenseless girl. I just cracked the window down a little bit as this man approached my car. I told him I needed help. I ran out of gas. He offered to give me a ride to the nearest gas station. He was this bald guy with glasses on. He kind of looked trustworthy. I had no other apparent options but to accept his offer. I got out of the car and followed him to his car, making sure to lock my doors first. His car was a black Honda, year probably a 2010. It smelled funky in his car. I couldn't pin what the smell could be, though. He banged another U-turn and started driving in the direction he was driving before. He made conversation with me, asking where I was from and basic questions. I was honest with him that I was driving home from school. He said he lived in the area and that they don't get too many out-of-towners getting off the interstate for this quiet little town. The route we were taking lacked any buildings anywhere. It was just woods everywhere. I asked if he knew of any gas stations, and he said yeah, just a ways up the road. I started hearing bumping and thumping coming from the back of the vehicle. It sounded like the trunk. At first, I thought it was maybe just bumps in the road or a loose object in the trunk. He seemed to keep talking like he wouldn't stop. Finally, we got to a sort of town-looking area. There were some lights and buildings at last, a diner, and a few small houses. There was a red light at the first intersection since I got in his car. We came to a stop, and for the first time, there was silence. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone screaming in the trunk, followed by thumps and bangs. I looked at the man, who looked at me. In a split second, I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the door, and ran while at the same time, he tried grabbing me and pulling me back into the car. I heard him get out as well, but instead of chasing me, he ran to close his passenger side door. Then I heard him floor it down the street. I ran into the diner and asked for help, making a scene. I used their phone to call 911. I waited there, and it became this whole huge thing with multiple police showing up to the diner to take a report. Given the gravity of the report that I was making, that I heard someone in the trunk of the car, they had to get every last detail from me about the man's car, his appearance, and where he picked me up. I was also given a ride back to my car so that they could also include the pickup location in the report. They also helped me get a hold of AAA, which eventually would come to my location to fill my car with gas. This was overall the scariest experience of my life. I was shaken to the core the whole rest of the ride home. I hope they found that man. I hope whoever was in that trunk is still alive today. For all I know, that man could have been bringing me to his house or somewhere else, and I was just lucky I had a chance to get out at that red light. I live on a farm with my brother and his wife. We split the responsibilities in the busy season. In the off-season, they go off traveling quite often. My fiancé passed away a few years ago, and I haven't really put myself back out there just yet. I spend a lot of time alone, and the off-seasons really get to me. This was early October, right around the time before our last harvest. My brother Alex and his wife were out of town for a few days. I figured something like this would happen while I was holding the fort myself. It was a night like any other. The windows in the house were still open to allow that refreshing October breeze to flow through the house. Outside, I suddenly heard a scream. There was a scream of a female. I couldn't tell if it was a teenage girl or a grown woman, but it was blood-curdlingly high-pitched. I sprang up from my lazy boy recliner and went to my gun safe in my bedroom to grab my rifle. I went outside to be greeted by the breezy, chilly air. I stood on the front porch for a second, waiting, and I heard the scream again. It was coming from the cornfield. I fired a round into the air as a warning shot. I didn't at that moment know what was happening. It could have been someone in danger or a group of teens messing around being punks. After I fired the round, I heard a woman's voice yell, "Help," before there was nothing but silence. I called out, "Who's out there? Where are you?" Nothing but wind now. I turned on every exterior light I had on my house and also grabbed my cell phone and called 911 as I walked into the cornfield, calling out and waiting for a response. After telling the operator what I heard, I was left to wait for a few police officers to arrive. There were a total of 4 that ultimately showed up, and with their help, we all checked the cornfield, shining flashlights and yelling out for anybody who needed help. I'd imagine that anytime someone has reported screaming for help, the cops take it a little more seriously. After we ultimately found no one, I was told by one cop to call 911 again if I should hear anyone scream for help and that they'd be nearby. Then they all left. I went back inside of the house, not before taking one more look out to the cornfield. I closed the door and turned off all the lights. There's not much to do in this county for the local kids, so it didn't seem unbelievable that maybe it was some kids trying to scare some random farmers and homeowners. After another hour of watching TV, I went upstairs to bed. I took a couple of melatonins to help me sleep as I'm a chronic insomniac. Usually, I'd say that's unfortunate. After I'd guess an hour and some minutes, I heard creaks and clunks from downstairs. I just realized I never closed the windows downstairs. You can hear everything through the paper-thin walls in this house, and all the floors make noise. I grabbed my cell phone and called my brother Alex. He picked up, and I asked him in a whisper if he's home. He said no. In that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up. And I knew now I was in fight or flight mode. I told my brother there's someone in the house, call the police for me. He was a few towns away, so it would be the same dispatch center. He said he would, no questions asked, and hung up. I tiptoed as quietly as I could to the safe and grabbed my shotgun. I know for a fact I made a noise as I crept to it, though it was inevitable. I heard sounds from downstairs. There was definitely someone in my house. I crept to the door and opened it. I looked down the stairway to the downstairs. I could still hear the breeze flowing through the house downstairs. The hairs on my arms were standing up. I started inching down the stairs one at a time, trying my best not to make a sound, but I only made it down a few steps before hearing footsteps from downstairs on the wood floors creeping closer to the stairway until a tall, skinny figure appeared at the bottom of the steps. I cocked the shotgun and said, "Don't move." He didn't listen. He almost calmly walked out of sight. And I heard his footsteps then pick up to a run through the living room and then out the back door. I yelled, "Stop," as I briefly attempted to chase him, but as soon as he was out of my house, I locked the door and called my brother. He said the cops were on the way. I locked every single window on the first floor and waited for the police to come back. It was the same officers. They did a little search of the perimeter of the property, this time with all the lights on. One of the officers said he was going to stay on the property for the night, though I don't think that guy was coming back after seeing I was armed. In fact, he never did. But the story doesn't end there. I was finishing up the last harvest of the season in the combine, and while doing so, I noticed a shoe in the field. I stopped the machine to go pick it up and examine it. It was a woman's shoe, size 8.5. This got me thinking back to the screams I heard, followed by the man breaking into my house hours later. I called 911 once again and left the shoe where it was to not hinder any potential evidence. When police came, they did another investigation of the cornfield, and they took the shoe as a piece of evidence to a possible disappearance. They even brought police dogs to sniff out any possible scents. The strange thing is, there were no missing female reports in our county, not at the time at least. I hope whoever's shoe that is still alive today. It makes me sick thinking someone might have been murdered on my farm. My 2 kids, Audrey and Radley, are twins. They're 6 years old. A year ago, we were living at our old house, but something happened that led to us moving. It's a long, awful story. I lived in my old house for 4 years. My wife Louisa and I got married while I was living there, and we had our kids there too. The neighborhood was slowly changing, and not for the better, but even still, we originally planned on staying in that house for the foreseeable future until this happened. We were a corner house, and the house behind us on the intersecting road was covered by a bunch of tall trees and bushes, so we hardly ever saw those neighbors. Our neighbor on the right, however, his name was Farley, had just moved there less than a year ago. At the time, I had only ever spoken with him a couple of times. Both times I could hardly understand what he said because of his heavy accent, and he just overall didn't seem like the friendliest guy. 2 of his windows overlooked our backyard. There wasn't much privacy, but whatever rooms the 2 windows were that overlooked the backyard, I had never seen the lights on in either of them. So I always assumed it was an unused guest room or something of that nature. One day in the summertime, Audrey and Radley were playing in the backyard in their blow-up pool and with their water guns while I was outside doing yard work. There came a certain point where I was walking towards the detached garage, and then I saw Farley next door at his window. For a second, only half a second after noticing him, did he turn and walk away from the window. It was slightly odd for sure, but I left it alone. Later that day, as the sun was going down, the kids went back outside to play again. It was a very hot day, so they went back in their blow-up pool while Louisa and I were in the kitchen as she was making dinner. Then the kids' laughter went quiet for a while, and suddenly Radley came inside and said there was a flashing light from the neighbor's window. I had to follow him into the backyard to ask him to show me what he was talking about. He pointed to one of Farley's upstairs windows that overlooked the backyard, and he said there was a white light that kept coming from that window. I immediately assumed the worst and asked the twins if it looked like a camera flash. They both said yes. I told them it was time to dry off and come inside. So I helped them dry themselves and then brought them in where I went to tell Louisa about this. She immediately assumed the worst, just like me. She said I should go next door and knock on Farley's door. So I did, but when I did, he never answered the door. His car was even in the driveway, so he had to be home. After a few attempts at knocking and ringing the bell, I gave up and went back to my house. I told Louisa he wasn't opening up, which made what the kids said seem even more credible. While we couldn't prove that the white light the kids were seeing was a camera flash, it sure did sound like it, and it was concerning to hear. Some time passed, maybe even weeks, before one night when Louisa and I were in the bedroom, we heard our side gate being quietly opened and closed outside. Louisa wanted me to go check outside, so I stepped out into the backyard and looked around. I had on all the lights as I searched. I found nothing and nobody, but I noticed the lights in Farley's backyard were on. I went over to look over the fence into his yard, and I nearly jumped out of my skin when he came up to the fence from the other side and asked if I needed something. I asked him if he'd seen or heard anyone sneaking through our yard. He said no. I took this time to also ask him bluntly if he had, by chance, been watching my kids, as they thought someone was at his window taking pictures of them playing in the pool. His reaction to this was a bit suspicious. He acted overly offended to my asking this, almost yelling at me for such an accusation. Again, without proof, I couldn't, nor did I want to, start issues with a neighbor. I apologized and went back inside. Louisa was not happy about this, saying he's full of it. The next incident didn't happen until another few weeks later. This time it was in the middle of the night when we were asleep. I woke up to Louisa shaking me in a panic. I looked around the room, confused at first, but then when I heard the kids screaming from their room, I exploded from the bed and ran downstairs to the kids' room. Radley was awake and crying, and I found out a few seconds later that his crying and screaming had awoken Audrey, who was crying and screaming in reaction to him. Radley said there was someone outside the window a second ago, and there was a camera flash from the window. I got goosebumps, but I also felt my blood begin to boil. All I could say was, "What did he look like?" He said he didn't see. I brought the kids up to our room to sleep in the bed with us. With the lights off, I peeked out our bedroom window to look across at Farley's unlit house next door. I looked at each window of his house, and I found him. He, just like me, was peeking out one of the upstairs windows in that same room that overlooks the backyard. I stormed outside next door and rang his doorbell like 15 times. He never opened his door. I did call the police just to make a report on Farley. That way, if any future reports were made about him from other people, maybe the police department would look into him. I never saw him again. Sometimes I'd sit out front, waiting to see him outside, but he'd clearly avoid coming outside when I'd be out there. Because of this, we ended up moving within a month to a new house in a different but nearby town, which has proven to be a better place to raise the kids anyway. Me, Leonard, and our third friend Jack were going to spend a few unsupervised days at Leonard Beach House in LBI. Jack was a year older than Leonard and me and had recently gotten his license, so we'd be driving down in his car. The drive down was fantastic. Jack was a pretty uncoordinated driver at the time, so most of the ride was spent laughing at him swerving and cursing the road. It was great. We got down to LBI in good time and immediately moved all of our stuff from the car to the rooms we'd be staying in. The layout of the house is important to the story, so I'll briefly mention it. There's a front door, a garage door which connects the back to the front yard, a back sliding door, and a back upstairs deck that connects the upstairs bedrooms. There's also a spiral staircase that allows you to go directly from the back deck to the ground so you can enter and exit the house from upstairs. The house sits along a lagoon, meaning the back end of the house faces a narrow channel of water with houses on the opposite side. We were at that ripe age where chasing girls was a priority, and a nice beach house all to ourselves was the perfect occasion. We spent a few hours figuring out which girls were down the shore at the time and talked to them on Snapchat. Finally, we found a group of 3 cute girls that said they'd be down to come kick back at Leonard House. I had more than enough weed to last us the weekend, and we had snagged a few bottles of our parents' alcohol before leaving. It was perfect. Things were going very well. The 3 girls, Rosie, Alexa, and Sophie, were fun and flirty, and the 3 of us could tell where the night would probably end up. At one point, the 6 of us decided to smoke in Leonard's backyard pool. It was small but perfect for 6 drunk kids. I remember the sight vividly, the gentle bay breeze blowing through my hair, the steam from the heated water rising slowly with the puffs of smoke from the joints. At our age, this was bliss. But then suddenly, Leonard turned the music all the way down and stared over my shoulder into the darkness of the lagoon. Confused, I turned around, peering into the darkness. I could roughly make out the houses on the other side of the lagoon, but I wasn't quite sure what Leonard was looking at. One of the girls asked Leonard why he turned the music down, and he whispered that he saw someone standing on the dock opposite the house. I figured he was messing with us, so I started laughing. "Who cares, bro? People literally live here," I said. Leonard shook his head. "I know that family personally. My parents said they're in Florida for the week." In all honesty, I still thought it wasn't a big deal or he was just messing around, so I kept chuckling. The girls were a little freaked out, though, and said they wanted to go back inside. I wasn't going to argue, so the 6 of us started making our way out of the pool. As we were drying off in the yard, Jack jumped and cursed, looking towards the lagoon. The rest of us turned, and even though the light was dim, I could definitely see what looked like movement coming from the opposite dock. The 6 of us froze in place, trying to get a better glimpse of what we were looking at. Just then, a passing car on the road across from us lit up the scene ever so slightly, and the sight was horrifying. There were 4 tall silhouettes standing at the edge of the dock, facing us. It was impossible to tell what they were wearing or what they looked like, but there was no doubt they were facing our direction. "Go inside now," said Leonard with a shaky voice, motioning us toward the sliding door. As we rushed inside, I heard a distinct sound that remains the most terrifying noise I'd ever heard, for consecutive splashes rang out from behind us. Those guys were swimming across the lagoon. We were in full-on panic mode at that point. The girls screamed while Jack slammed the sliding door shut and locked it. Leonard quickly ran to the front to lock that door too, and the 6 of us ran to a room that wasn't visible from the outside. We waited in silence, horrified at what we might hear next. A few minutes passed, still nothing. Out of nowhere, Jack cursed, revealing to us that he had forgotten to lock the sliding door on the deck. Leonard started to panic, knowing that this house was about to be broken into. Just then, we heard soft, quieted footsteps above us, and that was the last straw. None of us had any weapons on hand, and we were all intoxicated, so running was really our only option. The 6 of us sprinted for the front door and bolted to the car, which Jack started up in a flash. The chaos of it all was too much for Jack to handle, and he destroyed Leonard's mailbox on the way out of the driveway. Once we were far enough away, we called the police. The ordeal was a nightmare. We went back to the house once the police had searched it, but the news was shattering. All the valuables on the top floor were missing, but that wasn't the worst part. Leonard's family owned a medium-sized Boston whaler boat, which was also stolen, most likely as the getaway vehicle. Leonard's father tended to keep a spare set of keys inside a small hatch below the steering wheel, which the police concluded was how the culprits got away so quickly. How they knew where the key was hidden is something I still wonder. The police were never able to arrest the perpetrators and likely never will. Leonard, Jack, and I think whoever robbed the house might have been someone who knew Leonard's family. They knew where the key was and that the house was supposed to be vacant that weekend as well. It's been a long time since this chilling event took place, but I haven't let one day pass without locking every door and window in my home. Do yourself a favor and lock your doors at night. It was a cold and windy night and I was out working. I used to work as a pizza delivery driver part-time when I first got out of school. I needed money really bad, and delivering pizza was a relatively easy thing to do. At the time, I was actually quite happy with the amount of money I was getting. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough at the time as I still lived with my parents, and the only thing I had to pay for was my phone bill. Anyways, it was getting late, and this was probably going to be my last delivery of the night, depending on how fast I could get it done. When I arrived at the house, I walked up to the front steps and knocked on the door. There was nothing unusual going on just yet. They had the main door wide open with the screen door cracked open as well. I waited for about a solid minute and politely knocked again, this time a little bit louder. I wanted to be sure that they heard me. I heard music playing in the background, so I was thinking that they probably just didn't hear me. I waited for another minute or so, but still, nobody came to the door. I knocked 2 more times with about a minute between each time and still no answer. I was in shock as this wasn't something that happened to me frequently. Usually, when I arrived at the house and knocked on the door, the customer would be there in less than a minute. Just as I was about to knock for the last time, I noticed a piece of paper that had been stuck in between the door. I decided to grab it and read it. The piece of paper said, "Please deliver the pizza to the back door and knock loud and hard," with a smiley face on it. Right away, I picked that up as a red flag, but at the same time, I convinced myself I was overthinking. I almost just left the pizza on their front porch, but I didn't want them calling and complaining to the store about it being cold when they finally found the pizza. What the hell, I'll just do it. At that point, I had been waiting for almost 10 minutes, and I was genuinely starting to get irritated. As I made my way around the house, the closer I got to the back door, the louder the music became, and that's when I noticed they were having a little campfire outside. However, there was nobody outside, so I slowly walked up the back patio steps and knocked on the door sort of hard, just like the paper said to do. So I waited for somebody to come to the door. I was growing more and more impatient. I was just about to say screw it and just leave the pizza on the deck and get the hell out of there, but out of nowhere, I heard a loud noise in the house, and briefly after that, I heard screaming from both a woman and a man. It sounded like they were getting into it with each other pretty bad, and I wasn't sure what to do. I waited for a few minutes, and the screaming continued. It was only getting worse as time went on, and I was really starting to get concerned. It really seemed like someone was getting hurt in there. More than likely, the man was physically assaulting the woman, and that's what it sounded like to me. Right as I was about to call the police, the man came running over to the back door and grabbed the pizza from me. He also apologized to me and said that he was sorry for the wait. I told him it was no big deal and asked him if everything was okay. He was trying his best to act normal, but the way he gave me a response and from what I was hearing a few minutes prior, I knew he was lying to my face right through his teeth. "Look, man, here's $50. Please just accept my money and go. What's going on here is between me and her, and it's none of your concern." I then looked at him with a really unsettling look and told him that I didn't want his money and started walking away, already knowing that in the back of my head, I was going to call the police when I got to my car. When I made it back to my car in the driveway, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the woman came storming outside in my direction and started begging for help. She had been beaten so horribly you would not believe it. Both of her eyes were so swelled up that you could barely even see her left eye at all. She was crying, and she had bruises all over her body, and she was bleeding from her nose and her stomach. She told me that he had sliced her stomach with a knife and that he threatened her with a gun. She said she managed to get away from him by hitting him in the head with a hammer. She then ran to the other side of my car, got in the passenger seat, and told me to drive off. She was freaking out and screaming, telling me that we needed to leave before he came out there and killed us both. She was literally begging and screaming that I help her get out of there. So we drove off, and she called the police using my phone. I took her with me back to my work, and my boss was very understanding after I told him the situation. I ended up quitting the very next day, though, as it was just too much for me to cope with. I thought that I was better off looking for a different job, something that would be safer. You know, the woman who I rescued, Angie, called the police with my phone as soon as she got in the car, like I said. By the time the cops arrived, Thomas was dead. The man killed himself by shooting himself in the head. Thomas had been abusing Angie for years, and she had no way of escaping it. She didn't have a phone or any friends in the area, and he had been keeping complete control over her for the past 2 years. Apparently, she was pregnant, and Thomas didn't want to be a father yet, and that's what started the argument in the first place. He most definitely tried to kill the baby, but to no avail. Angie and I are now good friends, and we have each other on Facebook. I reached out to her recently to ask her how things were going, and she said she couldn't be happier and that she's in a new relationship with someone that truly loves her and cares for her. She even sent me some pictures of her and her daughter, and they seem to be in a much better spot now, which makes me happy. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms that are accessible to the renters, while I keep the master bedroom locked, as it contains my clothes and certain belongings. That room is essentially for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt on the door, so no one is getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. It's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring when it was still chilly up in Massachusetts, where I lived most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so I'm lucky to be able to do this when I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb, but since I was going down right after the current renter left, I decided to pocket the cleaning lady's money and clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages, he told me he was renting with his fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men because they're usually the ones who come, get drunk, and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite to eat and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving, so I didn't even bother checking the place out for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those who haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no. I woke up in a black room, and the clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, then turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room and then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing out of place, not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, although the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time. But I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier, just a man, though. He had no woman with him, Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times and suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon, asking if he checked out okay. Even though it was late at night, I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom, and both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and me. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. There was no response, but I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple of feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife, but it was already taken. At this point, my only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then, as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door and contacted Airbnb about what happened, though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house. They did apparently ban him from ever using the app again, but it doesn't really feel like proper justice, especially considering he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom. The call came in around noon. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a disturbance at an old house on the edge of town. My first day on the force, and I was itching to prove myself. The dispatcher said it sounded like a simple domestic dispute, some old man screaming at his neighbors maybe. They gave me the address and I was off. The house was a relic from another era, sagging under the weight of neglect. The yard was a jungle of overgrown weeds and the porch sagged like a broken limb. As I approached, I noticed the windows were grimy, obscured by years of dirt and dust, making it impossible to see inside. I knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the stillness. "Police, anyone home?" I called out. No response. I knocked again, louder this time, and the door creaked open, revealing a dark hallway cluttered with old furniture and stacks of newspapers. "Hello, police." "Police officer, I'm here to help," I announced, stepping inside. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay. My hand instinctively moved to the grip of my gun as I ventured further. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible shuffling noise coming from the back of the house. "Sir, ma'am, I'm coming in," I said, my voice steady. The shuffling grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of something being dragged across the floor. I rounded a corner into the kitchen, and the sight that met my eyes stopped me cold. An elderly man was lying on the floor, his body contorted in a way that no living person could manage. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and his mouth was twisted in a silent scream. "Jesus," I muttered, rushing to his side. I checked for a pulse but found none. That's when I noticed the blood, a thick dark pool spreading out from under him. I called it in, requesting backup and an ambulance, though I knew it was too late for the latter. As I waited, I decided to check the rest of the house. The shuffling noise continued, growing more distinct and closer. I followed the sound to a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, I was hit with a wave of putrid air. The room was dimly lit, the only source of light being a small grimy window. In the center of the room was a large wooden wardrobe. The shuffling was coming from inside. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. With one swift motion, I flung the wardrobe doors open, and there, amidst a pile of old clothes and junk, was a young woman, her eyes wild with terror. "Please don't hurt me," she whimpered, recoiling from the light. "It's okay," I said softly, reaching out a hand. "I'm here to help." "What's your name?" "Hillary," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Hillary, can you tell me what happened here?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "He kept us here, wouldn't let us leave." "Who did?" I asked, but she just kept shaking her head, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting him to return at any moment. I helped her out of the wardrobe and guided her towards the front of the house. "Stay here," I said. "Backup is on the way." As I turned to go back inside, she grabbed my arm. "Wait, there's more in the basement." "The basement?" I hadn't even noticed a door to a basement. "Okay, stay put," I said, trying to reassure her. I headed back inside, my senses on high alert. It took me a few minutes, but I finally found the basement door hidden behind a stack of old boxes. The door was heavy, made of thick wood, and it creaked loudly as I pushed it open. The air that wafted up from below was dank and cold, sending a shiver down my spine. I descended the stairs slowly, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The basement was vast, lined with old shelves and more piles of junk. But in the far corner, I saw something that made my blood run cold, a series of cages, each containing a person. They were emaciated, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Some were unconscious, others moaned softly. I rushed over, my mind racing. "It's okay," I said, trying to sound calm. "I'm here to get you out." As I worked to open the cages, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to see a man standing at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the light. He was holding something in his hand, something long and sharp. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. "Police," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Put the weapon down." He didn't move. Instead, he started down the stairs, his eyes locked on mine. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Put it down," I commanded, drawing my gun. He paused, his eyes flickering with something like recognition. Then, with a snarl, he lunged at me. The next few moments were a blur of motion and noise. I fired, the shot echoing through the basement. The man fell, the knife clattering to the floor. I stood there, breathing heavily, my hands shaking. The adrenaline was still pumping through my veins, but I knew I had to keep it together. I finished freeing the captives, and soon the house was swarming with police and paramedics. As they carried the survivors out, one of the detectives approached me. "Hell of a first day, huh?" "Yeah," I said, my voice hollow. Hell of a first day. In the days that followed, the details of the case came to light. The old man had been a recluse, his descent into madness hidden from the world. He had kept his victims trapped in the basement for years, feeding off their fear and suffering. Hillary, it turned out, had been his first victim. She had been reported missing over a decade ago, and her family had long since given up hope of finding her. She was the one who had managed to escape her cage and find a way to call for help. That first day on the job changed everything. I had wanted to prove myself, and I did, but at what cost? The horrors I had witnessed would stay with me forever, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of everyday life. My uncle is really well off and has a really cool house on the water with a huge backyard and pool. For my 21st birthday, he let me use the backyard to throw a big party since he was out of town for the month anyway. Since it was my 21st and I wanted to go crazy, I invited all my friends and told them to invite all their friends just as long as they bring their own beer. The party started at 8. My uncle had a surround sound speaker system in the yard that was perfect for parties. I just plugged my burner phone in and put on a music mix that was good for parties. I told everyone that I invited to stay out of the house though unless they were going to the bathroom. It was strictly a backyard party. I quickly realized there were more people than I was anticipating. Almost all of my friends who I invited showed up with extra people accompanying them, and then on top of that, people I didn't even recognize were walking in groups together through the gates. I had to assume everyone here was invited by people who I invited. But when there were easily more than 80 people in the backyard, I started getting anxiety about the cleanup and potential damage I'd find tomorrow. I tried my best to keep an eye on who was going in and out of the house. It was a long night though, and being the birthday guy, I did get distracted often. The party got way more crowded before it started to slow down, and eventually, police came and shut down the party because multiple neighbors complained. So I had to tell everyone to leave except for a select group of my friends. There were about 10 of us left outside by the pool, and these numbers dwindled down until it was just myself and my friend Robin. My uncle told me I can't have anyone sleep over, but honestly, I didn't think it would hurt if only Robin stayed over. He was blackout drunk anyway and would easily just pass out on the couch. I walked him inside, then went back outside to lock both gates, then locked the back door. By the time I got inside, Robin was already sprawled out on the couch in the living room. And any time I'd attempt to talk to him asking if he's asleep already, he'd just make a half-effort groan sound, so I left him there. I checked the bathroom to make sure it wasn't too dirty, and minus a couple of empty beer cans on the counter, it wasn't bad. The cleanup wasn't going to be too bad tomorrow with the help of Robin. I went upstairs planning to sleep in one of the many bedrooms, wondering why my uncle was so strict with no one staying over when there are literally 4 extra beds. The 2 fancy stairways in the giant foyer led up to an upstairs balcony that overlooks the foyer, then a bunch of bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and another living area. I brushed my teeth with my finger in the upstairs bathroom and went right to sleep. I was drunk too, so I fell asleep with ease. I woke up about an hour later feeling really nauseous. I mixed way too many liquors. I had to run to the toilet to puke. After I puked, I walked back out into the upstairs balcony area and I heard footsteps from down in the foyer. I walked over to the railing of the foyer balcony and looked down. I said Robin, and I saw a figure in the darkness below stop moving. I felt like I could see them looking up at me, but with how dark it was in the house, I couldn't see the person's face or any features. I then heard something from the living room downstairs, the sound of snoring. It just dawned on me that the person in the foyer wasn't Robin. I said, "Who is that?" thinking maybe it was just another party guest who maybe passed out somewhere drunk earlier, but they didn't answer. I heard more footsteps from the kitchen area downstairs. My heart started pounding now. I said I'm going back to sleep, pretending like I thought they were just party guests, when in reality I was going back to the bedroom to lock the door and call 911 right away. But then I remembered Robin was down there. I had to try to warn him. I called his number and someone picked up. Before saying anything, I said Robin at least 3 times. All I heard was breathing on the other end. I hung up the phone and dialed 911 now, and while on the phone and whispering to the 911 operator, the doorknob to the door twisted around and then there was a light knock on the door. I asked the operator in a whisper if I should say I'm on the phone with the police, and he said no, don't announce my presence. I asked what about my friend Robin, and he paused for a second as if he didn't know what to tell me. Then he said just wait in the room until police arrive. If they think my friend is asleep, they probably wouldn't harm him. I could tell even the operator didn't really know what to do about that, but I figured that was the best option too. At this point, all I could do was wait in the locked room waiting out the intruders until the police got there. The operator told me police were arriving now and that they would try the front and back doors. The police were able to enter through the back door, which was left open by whoever the intruders were. Only then was I instructed to go downstairs and meet them. I woke up Robin and explained everything to the police while he listened, still drunk and confused. I searched the house seeing if anything was missing, but it wasn't my house, so I didn't really know what was there beforehand. My uncle's bedroom was locked, and he didn't have many valuables just sitting out in the open. The police searched the entire house before leaving. They said they'd keep an officer on the block for the night, which made me feel a little better. I never told my uncle about this until one day he asked where his Cartier watch was. Apparently, it was stolen right from the kitchen drawer by one of the intruders. It was then that I had to tell him the truth, and obviously, he was anything but happy. He never asked me to reimburse him for the watch, but he also never allowed me to throw any kinds of events at his house again, and I can't blame him for that. A couple of years ago, when I was in college, I went to a New Year's Eve party. For a little bit of background, I'm a female and lived on campus but went home for winter break. My parents' house was only about an hour away from campus, and I had a few friends who went back to school early. There was going to be a New Year's Eve party at one of my best friend's houses on campus, so I went back there for it. First, I went back to my college apartment and then arrived at my friend's on New Year's Eve at about 5 p.m. I was one of the first people there, and we just kind of hung out until the other people came over. For a long time, it was a lot of fun, and a lot of my college friends were there, but like many college parties that I went to, things soon became a little bit out of control. A lot more people started to show up at like 10 p.m. or so. The college that I went to is a very large university. I'm not sure how many people attended, but probably well over 25,000 or 30,000. The house soon had a lot of people that I didn't even recognize in it. I was still having a good time, though, until this one guy came up to me. He was a man who looked to be in his 29-year-old and had a tall, somewhat muscular build. Now, he wasn't jacked or anything, but he also wasn't fat, he was just big. He came right up to me, seeming drunk, and started asking me questions about myself. We talked, but not long into the conversation, he asked if I wanted to leave with him. I said no. He kept asking, and I soon walked away. It was very crowded, and the guy followed me all around just about wherever I went. By that point, it was probably midnight, and I decided to just leave. I walked through the crowd of people and found my friends. I told one of them about the guy who was following me, and then I said I would be leaving. I tried to point him out in the crowd, but at that point, I couldn't find him. Then I said bye to my friend, and I left. When I first got outside, I thought that the guy had finally given up. I didn't see him, and I was walking back to my apartment, which was only a few blocks away. But when I started to walk down the street, I heard somebody leaving the house and turned around to see the guy. He yelled at me, asking me where I was going. I told him that I was going home, and he started to walk towards me. Now I was concerned that he was going to follow me all the way back to my apartment. I tried to just ignore him and walk away and hoped that he would stop, but he didn't. I heard him walking down the street after me, trying to catch up. I walked as fast as I could without running. When I made it to where I had to turn, he was still behind me. He was a long way back, so I tried to lose him. I cut through a random person's yard and then went through their backyard. Once I got through there, I cut into the next block over and then walked the other way down the street. This ended up working, and when I got off of that street, I no longer saw him. I was able to make it back to my apartment, and I even checked outside when I got back to make sure that he didn't somehow follow me. Everything was fine, and I went to bed shortly after. The next day, I went back to my parents' house because classes didn't start for college for about 2 more weeks. After driving back home, I arrived sometime in the early afternoon. It was then that I saw I was added on Snapchat by someone. It was a guy named Basil. I didn't automatically assume that it was the same guy from the night before. My college was so big, and I knew a lot of people and didn't have all their snaps. To be honest, I got added by people on almost a daily basis, plus I didn't even recall this guy telling me his name the night before. But after the guy added me on Snapchat, he said hi to me, and I asked him who he was. He responded, saying we met last night, remember? That's when I realized it was the same person. Still, I asked him to clarify. He said he was at the party and then described himself. When he did, I blocked him. I wanted nothing to do with this guy because, after all, he had tried to follow me home. After that, he did not contact me, but the story doesn't end there. That night, I was at my parents' house in my bedroom. I noticed out of my window a car parked on the side of the road out front. It was kind of weird because our neighborhood was quiet and everybody's houses had long driveways with plenty of space to park. Plus, the car was parked like 20 feet from our driveway. It was a very typical looking sedan, but I couldn't see if anybody was inside or not because it was too far away. I decided to get up and walk over to the window to get a little bit better view. When I did, literally right when I got to the window, I saw the driver's door open. A man got out, and at first, I had no clue who it was. But then the guy came into our driveway and walked along the side of it. When he got a little bit closer, I realized it was the same guy. This really blew my mind. At first, I was not even near campus. I was at my parents' house an hour away. Why was he here? I watched him walk all the way up the driveway, but he didn't go into the front yard. Instead, he went around the side of the house and out of my view. It seemed as though he was going into the back. I hurried out of my room and found my parents. I told them about the guy, and then I called the police. We carefully went to a window in the back of the house and looked out to try to see the guy. It was really dark back there with many opportunities for places for him to hide. We didn't see him, but we knew that he was back there somewhere. For the next few minutes, he remained hidden. Then the police arrived. They came to the front door, and we let them know that the guy was probably hiding in the backyard. Our property was searched, and the man was located. He tried to run away, but was caught before making it off of our property. It turned out that the guy didn't even go to my college. He had found my location through the brief time that he had me on Snapchat because my location was on. This is an experience that is still almost unbelievable to me to this day. I feel lucky that I noticed the car and saw the man get out. If I didn't, I would not have known that it was his car or that he was hiding in the backyard. What he planned to do, I'm not sure, but I'm glad that we called the police. When I was 12, the dawning of a new millennium took place on New Year's Eve. While people were fearing the worst with the Y2K bug or out partying and drinking, I was home alone. In 1996, my parents had split up and from there, they divorced. My mother and I moved across the country from Oregon to Tennessee with her best friend. On the eve of the year 2000, I was home alone and my mother was currently out of state. Now, this didn't worry me as this was not the first time. I often came home to find a note on the kitchen counter saying that they had gone to Florida for a few days and that there were groceries in the fridge. Since the divorce, she was habitually leaving me alone for long periods of time to go to Florida. We lived on a relatively quiet road surrounded by trees and set a few miles out of town. I knew most of the people, if not by name then by face, enough to wave and have a small chat with. I had never been given a reason to be afraid of being alone. On the night in question, I was staying up late watching television. I remember I was watching the movie His Bodyguard on the USA channel, and I had most of the lights on in the house. Not because I was afraid, but because at 12, I wasn't concerned with the electricity bills or even saving the environment. I felt completely safe and protected within my little bubble of home. As I was watching the movie, I kept hearing these weird sounds outside, but I remember thinking it was probably the neighbors. Though they weren't extremely close, a couple of them were having a party or people over for the holiday. About halfway into the movie, however, the power in the house suddenly went dead. I sat on the couch for a minute, just sort of in a panic daze because it was near midnight and pitch black. I remember thinking the power must have gone out and that it would come back on, so I just decided to sit on the couch with my blanket and wait. A few minutes passed by when I heard a noise in the kitchen where the back door is. My heart started racing in my chest because I thought it sounded like the back door being shut. The back door sits just off of the dining room, which is connected to the kitchen and leads directly into the living room where I was currently sitting on the couch. A few seconds passed after I heard the sound, and I was straining my ears to pick up anything that wasn't supposed to be there. Every noise suddenly felt magnified. When footsteps sounded on the floor, I immediately slithered off of the couch onto all fours, crawled around the ottoman, and started, as slowly and as quietly as I could, to make my way toward the space between the love seat and the couch. I knew I could fit under the side table and be completely hidden by the dark and the ottoman from playing hide and seek in the dark many, many times with my friends during sleepovers. I was nearly there when the footsteps became more apparent. I knew from the sound of them that whoever it was making their way through the kitchen now toward the living room. They weren't hurried or anything, it was just like they were moving around in the kitchen. I glanced up from where I was crouched on the floor, and to my horror, there was a dark silhouette standing in the doorway between the two rooms. To my credit, I didn't scream, however, I did panic. I stood immediately to my feet from my hiding spot and I ran down the hallway. I believe the only reason I wasn't grabbed by now is because the person chasing me had to get around the ottoman in the dark to follow me. I did what all children would do when they're afraid. I bypassed the front door, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and I ran to the farthest door down the hallway, my room. In all honesty, I probably wouldn't have been able to get the front door unlocked and open in time as it was right off the side of the couch. As I ran into the room, I slammed the door shut and locked it. However, the lock was simply one of those little turn knobs that you can easily pop with a butter knife. I had barely gotten the door shut and locked and the person on the other side knocked on it. I have no idea why they knocked, if they did it to mock me or to scare me, but I knew in my heart that my little lock was not going to keep whoever it was on the other side out of my room. It didn't keep my mother out when we were arguing, and it certainly wouldn't stand up to brute force. I was panicking and on the verge of tears when the person started laughing. That after he had stopped, though being under my bed gave me no feelings of being secure. I didn't come out from under it because I simply had nowhere else to go. I thought about trying to go out the window, but I was afraid he might expect it and therefore be waiting for me on the other side. It was also several feet off the ground as the house was built on a raised foundation. I remember laying under my bed, terrified, for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I awoke the next morning to daylight. The fear of what had happened came back to me as soon as I registered where I was and why. Scared that whoever had been in my house might still be there, I decided to crawl out the window and run to a neighbor since it was daylight outside and therefore I felt less afraid. Crawling out this kind of window was a lot harder than it looks, and I did it less than gracefully as I was not, and still am not, the most coordinated person. Once I was back on my feet, however, I carefully made my way around the house. That's when I noticed that the back door was wide open. Scared but feeling braver now that I was outside and that it was morning instead of pitch black night, I walked back up the steps and started peering inside. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, meaning no terrifying man leering at me basically, I decided to go inside. Looking back, I cringe at how stupid this could have turned out, and I wish I would have told my younger self to make the smarter move and just go get help. but thankfully, no one was inside the house. I did a terrifying, heart-pounding room-to-room check, looking in closets and under beds, behind the couch, and anywhere I thought even a small child might be able to fit. I even popped the lock on my mom's bedroom so I could check it, and then relocked it afterward. When I was positive there was no one there, I went back to lock the back door. I had left it open in case I needed to escape, and I noticed that the breaker box on the opposite wall was open. The main switch had been pulled. I flipped it back on, locked both locks on the back door, and checked all the windows and front door. Then I called my mom, where I once again broke down crying hysterically. She called a coworker, who came and stayed the entire day with me as they drove back. My mom still took random trips to Florida after that, but I always went with her from then on. The town I grew up in was pretty country, to put it lightly. Nothing but farms, crops, abandoned churches, and ugly worn-down houses. Everyone around us was pretty broke. Property taxes were like $1,000 a year, if that. With that came a lot of sketchball characters. Hell, even our neighbor was a weirdo, nice but weird. We weren't well off ourselves, but things at least got a little better for my family when my siblings and I were old enough to work too. When this app Hot or Not was still a thing many years back, I matched with this girl Laura, who I started seeing for a while. We matched in late summertime and we were seeing each other through September. Already this was early October, Laura and I were looking for a nice cheap date to go on. Really, there wasn't much to do around there. We've gone on hikes, explored, and gotten food, not much else going on. So we took a new route in the car this day, somewhere neither of us had been, just to find something. We found this little restaurant sitting in a random parking lot on the side of the road. It had outdoor seating, so we went there. It was a warm, cloudy day when we arrived and got seated at a table outside the restaurant. We were there for 45 minutes to an hour, and after leaving, it grew noticeably foggy out. We continued to drive down this route we'd never been down before, a really desolate road with just open fields and farmland on either side with occasional patches of trees and woods. Then we passed something different. It was a sign for a pumpkin patch, only it was a very cheaply made sign. It wasn't some big billboard or anything like that. It was a wooden picket sign that said, "Pumpkin picking this way," and an arrow pointing to the right. Right behind the sign was a dirt driveway cutting through the field. Through the fog, we saw a house that the driveway led to, so in a spur-of-the-moment decision, we both agreed we wanted to check it out because why not, and drove off the road down the driveway. We passed the house into this back area, which was covered by trees in two directions, the left side and the far back side. Tucked between the house and woods was this big pumpkin patch. It was a genuine pumpkin farm, and we saw at least 200 pumpkins scattered all over the place, and that was just what the fog allowed us to see. We parked next to this old jalopy of a pickup truck, the only other vehicle visible on the property. We noticed an older couple sitting on the back deck of the house as we got out. The two of them got up and greeted us. I said we're here for the pumpkin picking, and the old woman said with a smile, "Welcome, pick anything you'd like." I asked her how much it would be for a pumpkin, and the old woman said, "It's free." We were surprised. The fog was acting as a sort of barrier, so we couldn't clearly see the two. It was a little creepy, but I could still tell that it looked like the old man was smiling at Laura. His smile was very gummy, it was kind of gross. We both said thank you and started walking into the pumpkin patch. A lot of the pumpkins were on the smaller side, were mushy, and just not very attractive. The ground was also kind of wet from the fog, I guess, and some of the pumpkins felt wet and muddy too. It was hard to find a really nice one, but eventually, we did find one. I picked up this big, healthy-looking pumpkin. It was heavy. I brought it over to the back deck where the old couple just was. They weren't there anymore. I asked Laura if we should just leave. She said probably. It really felt like we were clear to leave since we already thanked them, and they made it clear they were free. So we got back in the car, and I started doing a 3-point turn on the dirt driveway to leave when we heard someone yelling outside. We both got startled and turned to face the house, where we saw a middle-aged man in a cap yelling, "Hey, stop." I lowered the window, and he put his face through the window and yelled, "What the hell are y'all doing?" "I'm calling 911. I said, "What did we do?" And he said, "Put that pumpkin back right now." Laura and I, talking over each other, both tried to explain to the man that the older couple told us to take whatever we wanted. I assumed they were his parents. The man said, "What older couple? What are you talking about?" I replied, "Are your parents also here?" He said, "I ain't got no parents." Laura and I, both equally confused, looked at each other. I said, "Sir, there was an older couple sitting on your back deck 10 minutes ago, and they told us to take whatever we wanted." The man said, "There ain't no older couples here." He asked where the pumpkin is. I told him in the back. I unlocked the door, and he grabbed the pumpkin. He said if we ever came back here, he'd shoot us, and then he spit at the ground and walked back to his house. I drove us out of there. We were as confused as could be. We considered the idea that maybe it was a joke, but that would be a real sick joke. I made a joke saying, "What if they were ghosts?" And Laura said, "Stop," clearly freaked out. But then I got the chills myself as I thought about what I just said. There was silence in the car for a few seconds, and I know we both pondered that idea. Out of curiosity, one day my 2 siblings went to that pumpkin farm to go pumpkin picking. They bought a pumpkin from the guy we saw, and they probed him a bit, asking about the farm and if the man lives there with anyone. The man said he lives there alone. This was unsettling to hear. It truly, to this day, doesn't make a lick of sense. Could the man have been lying about the older couple being there? I don't know, possibly, but why? The scarier question is, what if he wasn't lying and he truly does live alone? Then who were those people? Every class has their resident oddball. Back when I was in high school, ours was Thomas. He stood around 6 feet 3 and had the body of a jock, but was never part of the cool clique. That's because of his social skills. See, Thomas was really, truly weird. For example, he once got caught going around collecting roadkill and then mailing the remains through people's doors. He used to get his kicks from tormenting the younger students at our school, but not in the usual way some people do. He'd go overboard, hitting them really hard with sticks, and forcing them to get on all fours on the ground, then sitting on them like they were his chair for long periods of time until their limbs and backs gave out. His antics had earned him a suspension in the past. So like I say, he was weird, but because he was huge and muscular nobody ever bothered him, especially not me, seeing how small I was for my age. Anyway, within our year group he mostly kept to himself. That all changed on the night of the prom. It was sometime in the middle of the evening, and while I was hanging around a punch bowl, 2 of my buddies came up to me. They told me that they'd seen Thomas outside the venue. He was apparently hanging around out by the surrounding forest all alone. Somehow he'd gotten hold of a hatchet. They didn't know if he'd found it somewhere, or if he'd brought it with him and stashed it. Either way, they said he was brandishing it at them, and saying some messed up stuff about how someone was gonna meet the Reaper on prom night, and how he just hadn't decided who, yet. What a nut, I said, and proceeded to forget all about it. Just some empty, meaningless nonsense from Thomas the Loon, I figured. The night continued, and while dancing with my date, I got a sudden urge for a cig. I'd nabbed a few from my brother earlier without him noticing. "Be right back," I told her. I walked out into the hallway and snuck out one of the side doors to the venue. I lit my smoke and relaxed, contemplating the evening. Damn, proms weren't as fun as the movies made them out to be, I thought. As I stood out there all by myself, puffing away, I looked out to the nearby woods. It was dark that night, but thanks to the moonlight, I could just about make something out in the tree line. It looked like a person. You know when you can just sense that someone is watching you. Well, I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their eyes all over me. Suddenly, the figure began full-on sprinting in my direction. My heart skipped a little. It was a tall guy in a tuxedo. They stopped abruptly, about 6 feet away from me. It was Thomas. "Edward. Old buddy. Boy, am I glad to see you," he said, the same way an alien new to our planet might think a human communicates with other humans. "Say, why don't you come down to the woods real quick? I've got something I want to show you. I think you're really gonna like it." I remembered what my friends had told me earlier, how Thomas had been waving a hatchet around. Luckily, he didn't seem to have it on him in that moment. Then again, maybe that's what he wanted to show me in the woods. No thanks, man. I just want to get back to dancing. No offense. I tried to push on the door to go back inside. Problem. It was one of those fire escape doors. The ones that only open from the inside. I was trapped out there with him. "Come with me now, Edward. I insist." "No thanks, Thomas, I'm really not in the mood." Thomas was much bigger than me, and his size and demeanor were quite intimidating. I was only 5 feet 6 inches. It was like David and Brian. Still, I stood my ground, refusing to go with him every time he insisted. I'd never felt more alone than in that moment. I eyed Brian over. "I know what you're thinking, Edward," he said. "You're thinking where you should hit me if you have to take me down. If I try do something to you. What you should do. Where you should run. What you should shout." He stepped closer to me. "But you can't do nothing, Edward. If I want to hurt you, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it." There was an eerie silence as he stared at me for what must have been half a minute. Then, deeply, "And I want to hurt ya. I want to hurt you real bad." I was paralyzed with fear. "Come on, man," I said. "Don't be like this." His eyes stared at me with a fiery intensity, wide and soulless. His expression was disturbingly neutral. Not a moment too soon, my buddies from before came walking around the corner of the building. They'd asked my date where I'd gone, and she told them I went outside. Remembering Thomas from earlier, they both began to worry about me and came to check I was okay. You can't put a price on good friends, let me tell you. They saw Thomas trapping me against the wall and came running. Thomas sprinted away, disappearing into the trees. He was big, but he couldn't take all 3 of us. We went back inside and told one of our teachers what happened. Nothing came of it. Graduation came and went after that, and life went on as normal. I erased the Thomas incident from my mind entirely. Years later, while surfing the internet, I decided to look up all my old friends and see what became of them. Many had married, others seemed to be doing well. On a whim, I decided to check Thomas's name on Facebook as well. Couldn't find him. I Googled his name instead. I was shocked by what I read, but I can't say I was the least bit surprised. Thomas was serving a life sentence in prison after taking the life of his college roommate. He'd used a hatchet. I'm sure you've seen some of the more modern videos online where truckers document their daily routines and provide tips for each other. Or maybe you haven't, but being as I'm on the younger side in this industry, every time I open TikTok or YouTube Shorts, that's all I see. I won't get into it, but I had to drop out of a pretty prestigious university for some personal reasons, and people always tell me I could have been more than a trucker. It's honestly not a bad gig though. I've been making deliveries for north of 2 years. Obviously, the only strenuous part of the job is the long hours. You can never truly gauge how the isolation will affect you without experiencing it firsthand. My only advice would be to make peace with whatever demons might be lurking in your subconscious, because they'll definitely eat at your brain in the lonely hours. That's what happened to me anyway. This happened to me 3 months after getting employed by my first company. I was basically as new in this trade as one could get. I was driving from southern New Jersey to Lafayette, Indiana, a 12-hour drive. 12 hours driving might not seem that crazy, but factor in the fact that I had just completed an 8-hour trip, and that should put things into perspective. I wanted to get deliveries done as quickly as possible, so I opted to drive through the night. I'd get to Lafayette just before 3 a.m. Things were going smoothly. There were virtually no other cars on the road, so I was able to push the semi a little faster than normal. About halfway through the drive, I remember reaching down at the center console to chug a Red Bull, but there weren't any. Of course, I had forgotten to restock my truck after completing my previous delivery. After slapping my dashboard a few times, I groaned in frustration, knowing I'd have to stop somewhere. There was nothing I hated more than having to make stops during my drives. I might be unique in this, but I always get exponentially more tired when my vehicle is immobile, even if I'm only stopped for like 20 seconds. After glancing up at the navigation, I figured I had no choice, either fall asleep on the road or stop and get an energy drink. In my brain, those options were pretty much equivalent. Reluctantly, I pulled into the first service stop I saw. I had literally no clue where I was, probably somewhere in Ohio at this point. Too late, I realized this wasn't actually a service stop. It was what looked like an abandoned gas station and a repurposed convenience store. Not sure if there's any better way to describe it. Either way, it looked like there was another quick stop store not far up the road, so I figured I'd go there if anything. I parked the semi, I made my way over to the first convenience store. To be completely honest, I was expecting one of two things to happen: either the place would be open, or the door would be locked. You can imagine my surprise then when the door swung open into a pitch-black store. I looked around, hoping maybe I'd get lucky and there would be a drink or snack left behind. Just before I was about to turn around, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I picked up on a faint glow emanating from the corner of the room. I made my way over to it, and the glow turned out to be coming from a back room of some sort. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the door slowly. To my pleasant surprise, there was a plugged-in refrigerator against the wall. Eagerly, I opened the door but found nothing. Literally nothing. The shelves had been removed, the whole appliance had been gutted. As I was shutting the door, I was 90% certain I heard a clatter from the main room, like something hitting the floor. I froze for a good 10 seconds. Had I imagined it? There was no way. Quietly, I walked back into the main room and looked around. Nothing. Part of me wanted to keep investigating, but I didn't have time for this. I walked out the entrance door and basically jogged to the other shop. It was open, thank God. I paid for my drink and made it back to my truck. Something about this whole stop felt wrong. I needed to get back on the road as soon as possible. I took one last glance at the abandoned store and noticed the door was now open. I was 100% positive I had shut it behind me. It wasn't my job to figure out what was going on here, so I started the engine and merged my semi back onto the highway. The caffeine started kicking in and snapped me out of my tired haze pretty quickly. My mind began to wander, and I started thinking about how bizarre that whole thing had actually been. I guess a squatter or an abandoned building wasn't the strangest thing in the world, but my brain couldn't explain that refrigerator, no matter what theory I thought of. I tried to forget about it and kept driving. It was then that I started noticing weird movements in the curtain behind me. Sweat started dripping down my forehead. I watched in the rearview mirror as the curtain seemed to billow and move, even though I didn't have the air on. I thought the worst: there was someone in my truck. I didn't have any weapons on me or anything, so I discreetly punched in the nearest police station on my phone. The drive there was the most tense and horrifying 20 minutes of my life. I kept imagining that person reaching out to grab me or trying to crash my truck. Finally, I approached the police station. I stopped the semi as close as I possibly could get and basically ran over to the police station. In seconds, my truck was surrounded by police, and after I opened the back, what I saw will stay with me for life. The police pulled out 3 homeless-looking people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing rags and were wrapped in nasty-looking blankets. One of the men was armed with 2 switchblades. All 3 of them refused to talk but stared menacingly at me as they were getting cuffed. I have no idea what they wanted. I don't think I'll ever know.